Board Member Susan Bergen,
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua,
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina,
Here.
Board Member Aaron Siders,
Here.
Board Member Kali Telesford,
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani,
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter,
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield, Board Member Johanna Wright. Thank you.
Thank you. What's my screen? Sorry, y'all. My screen, my browser closed out on me. Oh, okay. Please take notice, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. It was sent from the office of the board secretary on June 22nd, and it was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks, the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act requires all meetings of South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, the statute sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by statute to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during executive session to be held Thursday, September 29th at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act set forth are listed below, may I now make a motion to go to closed session to discuss matters relating to HIB reporting, collective bargaining, litigation, personnel, and security.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? That
Aye.
appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We will now be adjourning to executive session. We do anticipate resuming in public around 7:30 p.m.
Do we have the link?
Yes, we do. It's a Google link. Check your calendar. If not, I'll resend it.
Please resend. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting in 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, everybody. It is 7:57, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. I'd like to make a motion to resume in public session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the August 1st executive session and August 25th general meeting. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. And we'll now turn it over to the board recognitions and Student Representative Noah Morose.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so first we have two student recognitions. The first one goes to Okara Prosper, a senior at Columbia High School. Okara won a gold medal from the NAACP Afro Academic Cultural Technology and Scientific Olympics in the STEM category, chemistry and biochemistry, at their national competition. She represented research on the capability of roots that are often eaten throughout the Caribbean, South America, and Asia as biosorbents for heavy metals. So congratulations to Okara. And the next one coming up here is 21 students, but congratulations to CHS senior Holden Reeves, who is named a 2023 National Merit Scholarship semifinalist. Holden was one of 16,000 students who were recently designated semifinalists on a state representational basis for the 68th National Merit Scholarship Program. The nationwide pool of semifinalists, representing less than 1% of high school seniors, includes the highest scoring entrants in each state. The semifinalists will compete for more than 7,250 National Merit Scholarships worth nearly $28 million that will be announced in the spring of 2023. The district also wants to congratulate the 21 CHS seniors who were named as 2023 National Merit Scholarship Program commended students. Commended students are recognized for their exceptional academic promise. The CHS commended seniors are Burton Alexander, Isaac Arnold Burkov, Daniel Buckus, Brandon Dobeck, Garrett Dyson, Isaac Fleischer, Sophia Franklin, Owen Friedman, Olivia Gibbons, Maya Glynn, Robert Goldman, Benjamin Hanselman, Jordan Klein, Jaden Lee, Cyrus Merriweather, Malachi Meyer, Claudia Neeson, Samuel Savansky, Walker Shinezka, Hudson Tyler, and Ian Whistle. So now on to our staff recognition for the month, and this one goes to Ms. Stacy Lawrence from the English department, a poetry teacher at Columbia High School. CHS English teacher and poet Stacy Lawrence wrote a poem, Pre-Pandemic Field Trip, from a grant that she was awarded from Arts by People. A short animated mixed media film was created to accompany the poem based on CHS students taking a poetry hike with Ms. Lawrence at the South Mountain Reservation. And there's a link in the accommodations if anybody wants to read them. And that's it for our recognitions for the month.
Thank you. Now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for superintendent's update.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, and great job, Noah, as usual. I have a brief school reopening update for everyone. Before I begin, please allow me to pause in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month and the countless contributions of the Latinx members of our community, our state, our country, and our world. This is a brief opening of schools update. I'm extremely grateful and proud of all the members of our school community who have contributed to a successful first 14 days of the 2022-23 school year. I've had the opportunity to visit every school in our district during these first few weeks, and our staff has unanimously shared that their engagement with our students and parents this year has been a joy. I have a few updates on big ticket items. Construction. At our last board meeting, I offered a sincere thank you to Mr. Burnside, Mr. Giglio, Epic, our construction managers, as well as our contractors who all spent this summer ensuring that we would indeed open school on time, completing substantial work at 7 district construction projects. I'd also like to recognize and, more importantly, thank our teachers, support staff members, and school-based administrators who only had a few days to prep their instructional spaces for our students' return. This was an incredibly challenging transition that could only be accomplished by their Herculean effort, demonstrating their commitment to the students that they serve. For those who may not be as familiar with the transformational construction work that has been ongoing, please take a moment and visit our website, as we have months of reports available that include pictures and detailed descriptions. The next update is on intentional integration. I had the opportunity to attend last evening's Maplewood Library event, an evening with Nicole Hannah-Jones, which was held at Columbia High School's auditorium. Among the many riveting topics of conversation, the lauded author of the 1619 Project emphasized her belief in the importance of school integration and how research reflects its benefits to students from all backgrounds and socioeconomic circumstances. It was a tremendous event that concluded with Columbia High School students asking pensive questions of the author in front of a large audience. In that same spirit, we are tremendously excited about bringing year 2 of our intentional integration initiative to fruition. As our board approved last year, we have moved forward with expanding our year 1 pilot, which was kindergarten students, to now include our current kindergartners, first graders, and sixth graders. This means that 1,530 students in those 3 grades have now been placed in their schools via our intentional integration algorithm placement methodology. This ensures that each of our schools has a growing population of students that more consistently represent our overall demographic diversity. High-level professional development for our staff in support of this work is continuing as well. We have published our intentional integration journey on our microsite that is within our district website. Please feel free to review if you would like to learn more about this generational work. The next update is on Underhill. As was shared by Principal Sanchez and Supervisor Porfidio, Columbia High School's community is now informed that our new home bleachers and press box are delayed due to a supply chain challenge outside of our control. Unfortunately, this will prevent us from hosting football games on our beautiful new field that our soccer and field hockey teams have been able to utilize. We, of course, understand the disappointment that our Cougar football community is experiencing, and we do encourage everyone to come out to our homecoming game on October 15th versus Union City at nearby West Orange High School. That will be the neutral site for the game beginning at 1 p.m. The next update is on initiatives. We as a district are moving forward with our continued commitment to access and equity. This includes the ongoing work of Dr. Gilbert, our Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity. He and I recently met with NJ Sky via Rutgers University, that's NJSCI. You may recall that last year we were one of the few dozen school districts in the state that helped to pilot their school climate and culture survey platform. Columbia, SOMS, and Maplewood Middle School participated in this pilot where all three major school-based stakeholder groups, students, staff, and parents, were encouraged to participate. The results of these initial pilot surveys are on our website under our Access and Equity tab. Our principals and assistant principals have spent much of their summer developing action plans to utilize this data to continue our work on this important topic. We are also thrilled to share that we are moving forward with this updated survey platform again this school year. And for those parents who have kids attending SOMS, Maplewood Middle, and Columbia, you'll be hearing more about this from your school principals. We're also super excited to announce that as a part of our commitment to social and emotional wellness, we will be engaging with Challenge Day to support Columbia, Maplewood Middle, and SOM students again this year. The principals of our secondary schools and I met with our Challenge Day rep to plan the implementation of the experiences that our students will be engaged with this year. If you want to learn more about Challenge Day, please visit challengeday.org to see the groundbreaking work that this group is doing around the country. As part of our district goal regarding social emotional learning and our commitment to access and equity, Ms. Bodner, our assistant for CNI, and Dr. Gilbert are partnering to bring our SEEDS seminars back for this school year. If you are not familiar with the National Seed Project, SEED's origin story began right here in South Orange and Maplewood. Emily Stile, a longtime South Orange resident, was part of the launch of the project as she worked with Dr. Peggy McIntosh. The very first SEED seminar was held at Seton Hall University, followed by the first parent SEED group, which was held in Maplewood. SEED seminars are designed to grow educators by providing courageous spaces for sharing and engaging in powerful conversations that will allow us to better serve our students, learn how to have difficult conversations, and expand our experiences in order to be better colleagues. Participation in seminars is completely voluntary. Although SEED seminars are open to any and all of our staff, we are capping participation in these seminars to 25. And we are also happy to have Columbia High School's own MAC Director and Counselor, Marcia Hicks, as our SEED seminar facilitator this year. Our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools is entering year 2 at Columbia. We are extremely pleased to share that so far, this partnership has resulted in a year-over-year increase in our enrollment in AP courses when compared to the end of last year. We are reviewing that information and will be sharing it with the board in their CNI meeting that is approaching. Aftercare. Please be aware that our administration is working with the YMCA and Beyond the Bell to continue to expand seats for families. Over the past few weeks, we have engaged and offered ideas that have led to a significant increase in new staff for our aftercare programs and have confirmed that parents are indeed being brought forward from the wait lists. Our work has included aligning ESS, who provides us with paraprofessionals, with the YMCA to allow talent to stay in our schools and not go home when aftercare begins. We are continuing to have productive conversations and sharing outside the box ideas with hopes to significantly increase the capacity in our aftercare programs for our families. In closing, while we are so excited that the feeling of close to normalcy is palpable in our schools, we of course know that COVID-19 is still a reality for us, as demonstrated in our reopening guidebook. The normalcy that was mentioned repeatedly by our educators during my visits, it reflected their observations of how our students are coming to school this year, how they were able to be a part of a more normal school day and school year schedule last year, that students and staff are more comfortable returning to classrooms together, that rituals and routines were more easily transitioned to this year, that everyone is offering each other more grace, understanding, and acceptance. Something that virtual or hybrid learning, while it was impactful for many and a necessity during the worst parts of COVID, did not 100% allow for. The social and emotional recovery that we have continued to invest in is pointing towards the positive outcome that we all sought, though there's still much work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The board president needed to step out for a minute, but asked that we continue with his update with the CPAC presentation.
Thank you, CPAC. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Beth Cosentino, a parent in the district and this year's president of our district's Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, also known as CPAC SOMA. I'm here tonight with my fellow board members, Michelle Reback, Ann Lee, Kelly Mortimer, Malia Herman, Lindsay Stone, and Nicole Josie is joining us virtually. I'm here tonight to tell you about our group and answer any questions you may have. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share this presentation with you all. Now it's not moving forward. There we go. First, I'll start out with explaining what a Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, or CPAC, is. It is a state-mandated group for every district in New Jersey. That's nearly 600 school districts across 21 counties, and each one is meant to have a CPAC. The purpose of this committee is outlined in the New Jersey Administrative Code under special education. Quote, each Board of Education shall ensure that a Special Education Parent Advisory Group is in place in the district to provide input to the district on issues concerning students with disabilities. Our CPAC was established by a group of parents in 2012 and was approved by the Board of Education. In 2017, the leaders decided to partner with the Special Education PTO for SOMA, which had been established back in 1999. And then in 2018, the two groups merged under one set of bylaws. Over the last few years, we've expanded our board to encompass more of what we address, including last year adding a vice president of equity and inclusion. We provide opportunities for parents and community members to offer input to our school district on issues relating to students who receive special services. We are also a group that shares resources, offers support, and advocates for the benefit of all students. CPAC Soma has bylaws and a mission. Our mission statement is, in collaboration with the district and its commitment to excellence for all of our children, CPAC Soma will work for the understanding of, respect for, and support of every student with an individualized education program, a Section 504 plan, or a special need in the South Orange and Maplewood School District. To that end, CPAC Soma will provide a forum to share and discuss matters of interest for parents or caregivers of students who receive special services, provide input to the Board of Education and district administration on policies, programs, and practices that impact students who receive special services, and advocate for the continual improvement of the district's programming as it relates to students with disabilities. For our members, we have two types. We have a voting member, which is any parent or guardian of a student with a disability in South Orange and Maplewood School District. And the other type is any concerned community member or school district employee. They may attend SOMA CPAC regular meetings or topic-based presentations. Currently, we have nearly 500 individuals on our subscriber list. We are meant to represent over 1,000 students who receive special services, so we are continually working on ways to reach more of those families. We also have an executive board. Currently, there are 7 members. We also have 14 special education liaisons that cover all of the schools, as well as having representation for families of students who are in out-of-district placements. Our group is parent-led, which is considered by the New Jersey Department of Education to be a best practice for CPACs. We've established our goals for 2022-2023 school year, and they are as follows. Number 1, provide multiple avenues for parents and caregivers to give input regarding special education in our district. The ways we intend to do this are regularly scheduled meetings, both in person and virtual, establishing protocols for special education liaisons to gather and share input, and organizing a focus group for parents to share experiences and come up with ideas for solutions. Number 2, foster relationships throughout the district and the community for there to be a greater understanding of what CPAC Soma is and how it can be a resource for others. We'll do this by outreaching to parents, caregivers, school staff, teachers, administrators, and Board of Ed members, as well as outreach to libraries and community organizations throughout SOMA. Number 3, this year we are creating subcommittees to address specific concerns of parents so they have an outlet to assist the CPAC board in looking for solutions that can be shared with our partners. We consider our partners to be school administrators, the senior leadership team, the Board of Ed, teaching staff, paraprofessionals, related service providers, and anyone that works with our students. Some of these subcommittees may address inclusion and school climate, out-of-district students and social connections, ESY and the preparedness for it, including a food program and summer aftercare, paraprofessional support and training, and other topics depending on people's interests. This summer, CPAC put out an input survey to gather information from the community. We shared this survey with our subscriber list on various Facebook groups and with Ms. Bedine and the ESY coordinators, Ms. Hunt and Ms. Varney, who included it in their end of ESY program email. So far, we've had over 80 participants, and this slide that you see on the screen is the one that asked, what topics are you most interested in? The ones that received the most responses have a blue arrow next to them. I don't know if you can see it, I'll tell you. As you can see, they are mental health and anxiety, social skills in and out of school, behavioral therapies, and counseling services, which all, of course, relate to our children's social emotional well-being. This information is good for you to know, and it also gives us a direction to go as we plan our meetings this year. Speaking of meetings, based on the survey we sent out, we heard from the community that they'd like both in-person and virtual opportunities to meet, so we are providing them with both. Last week, we had 2 informal get-togethers, we're calling them cup chats, to give people a chance to be together face-to-face and to connect and support one another. Our first topic-based virtual meeting this year is scheduled for Monday, October 17th at 7:30 p.m. Ms. Boudin will be sharing a presentation of an overview of special education in our district, and I encourage you all to attend. We are still in the process of scheduling more gatherings and meetings, but our next topic-based ones will likely be around mental health and anxiety. Please be on the lookout for our announcements. For more information about CPAC Soma, you can find us on our website, www.cpacsoma.org, contact us via email, and follow us on Facebook, and we hope you will. Thank you for your attention, and if there's time for questions, I'm open to answering them.
Thank you, Ms. Constantino, and apologies for not warmly welcoming you. I did have to run out very quickly. As the board, first, just for everyone's edification, the board did receive this presentation on Saturday, so everyone has had a chance to review. As always, I break out the randomizer when it's time for questions. The first 3 are board members Wingfield, followed by Malspina and Insiders.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is fairly broad, but it's just would love to hear feedback about ways that this body, the Board of Ed in particular, could better support the goals and the mission that you just shared with us.
Oh, thank you for asking. Well, that you write policy. I think that that's something that is always on our radar, and that is pretty much sort of the standard for a CPAC, is to be aware of what those policies are and give you feedback on how they're affecting special education students. We have a VP of Policy Initiatives. I did that last year. I was in contact with the policy committee, giving them my input and feedback, and that is something that we appreciate you all hearing and paying attention to. I mean, I think I wrote extensively about the INRS before Ms. Bedine joined, and because that was something that was on, I know, Dr. Alegria's radar, and I know Dr. Marana's radar, so I appreciated that you all went into that further with Ms. Bedine this year and made that a priority. And, funding, because we want to be able to retain the staff that are here working with our students, all of our students, but particularly, there are classrooms that have had a huge amount of turnover, both in their teaching staff and paraprofessional staff, and it makes it extremely difficult for some of these students to make progress when there's that kind of turnover. Mm-hmm.
Board Member Malspina, followed by Siders.
Hi, thank you so much again for your great presentation. I appreciate it. I want to sort of jump off of what Board Member Wingfield said, which is how can we best help you? Are there certain things that, other than just funding, that you would like to see happen, or that we should know about? This is your opportunity to sort of tell us, because we don't always get to hear everything that's going on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I think it was a good start this year to have the subcommittee, special education subcommittee. I think that's a great step in the direction of the board discussing the matters more. I remember a few years back that Dr. Marana had expressed that, being under C&I was important, but it was also like, a sliver of what she could express, because of the time constraints. So, to have a whole separate subcommittee to discuss the issues and the concerns and, all of that surrounding special education is extremely important. So, we intend to give that subcommittee feedback, and of course, we meet regularly with Ms. Bodine to give her the feedback. What I would like, I think we would all like, as parents of students with disabilities, is that we are recognized as a presence, that we are a part of the student body and being included in as much as we can possibly be included, but that also means that part of the discussions too. So, and having that be broadcast in Board of Ed meetings, I think is important. And that's one of the reasons, we wanted to come tonight. I will propose that at the end of the year, we do kind of a summation of how our year in programs went for you all too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Board Member Siders, followed by Wright and Whitletter.
Hi, Ms. Constantino. Thank you for being here tonight along with the CPAC board.
Mhm.
Glad to see my friends out there. I'm not quite sure if I have comments or questions, but I appreciate how CPAC has evolved. I remember those early days and those struggles. And while your list of items that are concerns to our families was pretty extensive, I did notice some things that were new. And that in the past, we weren't thinking about the social, emotional, and mental challenges that our students face. But at the same time, I did see things that we know about. And of course, that's always disheartening that we can't seem to solve for that. I was thinking about the family isolation and how when you're in that position, when you're a family that has a special needs students, that we as a community still don't understand that. And making sure that we provide that support to our families, not only to the students, but to their caregivers. It was really important for you to come here tonight and present to the community what CPAC does, and that you don't need to be a family with special needs students to be part of CPAC, that it's a community. And the community always had members that were not impacted by special needs. I just hope you continue to have this introduction to CPAC in the future. I think this is a good start. And I will be talking about the Special Services Subcommittee tonight.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Wright.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else does. But here's a question. I'm still trying to figure it out. And I talked to many parents who are involved with CPAC and who are not, who probably should be. How exactly do you advocate for students in the district? Do you go to administration? Do you ever decide that there are other courses of action that we can take, especially with the issues that we're dealing with coming out of the pandemic? So how do you advocate for our students?
Well, we usually go through the systemic issues, so not on an individual basis. I mean, we listen to the individual concerns, and we certainly provide support for those individuals. But when it comes to like compensatory education and services, those things that we knew was affecting a lot of people, we take that to Ms. Bodine and we talk to her. We meet regularly with the Assistant Superintendent of Special Services, so that's one way. But we've also spoken at Public Speaks, so that we are trying to make all the board and the senior leadership team and everyone aware of what the concerns are, whether it be compensatory education, transportation, self-contained classrooms that are having difficulty with staff turnover, safety issues. So we bring it to you all to be aware, and then we also encourage families, to speak up themselves, so that we're not the only voice in the meeting. And we direct people, to, like, if it's a matter of making a formal complaint, people understand how to, we help them understand how to do that too.
Thank you,
Thank
Board
you.
Member
Thank you.
Whitletter, followed by Bergen and Telesford.
No, thank you so much, Beth and the CPAC board. I had the privilege to attend the CUP chat last week, and it was a very moving experience. And I did take all the feedback that you shared and the stories that you shared, and I brought it to our special education committee, as well as I sent it to the full board so that we could all understand what your experiences have been, and even in the start of the year, some of the things that you've been going through. So for those who have never attended, it's such a great place, because I think what I learned is that the isolation is real, and people felt that they were heard and they had others to connect with and get advice from. So it was a lot of fun, and I intend to come to more of those. Thank you so much for organizing that for the community. One thing that I learned from that, which I would love for you to explain to the board, because that was the first I had heard of it, was how you have been engaging with Dr. Gilbert, our Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity, to improve the culture and climate of our schools to help our special education students. So if you could just explain that more broadly. And then last thing I would just say is that I would love for our committee board member Bergen and board member Siders, if we could talk about how to incorporate CPAC into our committee meetings so that we ensure that parents' voice is, front and center as we're having these conversations. I think that's really important. So I would like us to talk about that at the next meeting.
So CPAC sits on President's Council with the PTA, HSA presidents, and we had the opportunity to hear and speak with Dr. Gilbert in our last meeting, and I brought it to his attention that because he oversees HIB in the district now, that the students that are most affected by that are typically students with disabilities. And it is very disconcerting to what the extent is, and that it's not something that's talked about, and that's not something that's common knowledge, but it's to the point that students feel like they need to leave, the district because of the situations. So one of our goals is fostering relationships and partnerships with people throughout the district, because we feel like it's not just going to be once a month meeting with Ms. Bodine that is going to be changing the school climate and culture. We're going to need to be able to have relationships and partnerships with teachers and staff and Board of Ed members and everybody, as many people as possible. And that's why I say for us to be a resource for you all just as much as you're a resource for us, because we have the experiences and we have the knowledge and we understand what it is that people are going through. And they're often going to talk to other parents, and they might not feel comfortable coming to the Board of Ed meeting and speaking at a public speaks. Another goal of that, though, is to, reach more people. So that's where, the relationships also develop, so that, we're in with people that aren't knowing about us, aren't familiar with us, so that we want to try to say, oh, in the child study team, in the IEP meeting, and the parent has a question, and, oh, well, maybe you need some talk to another parent. Here is CPAC, so we get that word out in a way that's it's helpful for others. And yeah, that's I feel like is going to shift things. I mean, and we want to be a part of that. We want to help make that shift. And I'm excited that Dr. Gilbert is here talking about it, and culturally responsive. and the sky and all of those plans. I can't wait to see, what the principals are going to come up with. And I hope that that the parents can have a voice in those plans because, again, we are experiencing and our children are experiencing things that need to be heard.
Thank you. I think I'm next. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming tonight. And also thank you for your policy feedback last year.
Mhm.
And I think my question, and you don't have to answer it now, we appreciated your thoughts on the INRS policy, but are there other policy, and you send the comments each month, but are there policies that we haven't looked at that you think would be impactful for CPAC that we should bring forward for review?
Well, so the special education policy doesn't have us included, so I would say that could be something. But no, I mean, I was looking tonight for the Title I, parent engagement, group, and how, I'm like curious to know, talking about parent engagement. That's this. I mean, that's a big nut to crack, I think, for a lot of school districts. And looking for opportunities to how to gather information and make it a two-way communication and or conversation. But that one comes up to mind of what methods will you use, and what proactively will you be able to do, or can you do to make that inclusive of parents that are representative of those schools. But yeah, I can get back to you on other things.
Thank you. I just want to be conscious of time.
Yep.
So shorter questions and shorter answers. I didn't realize that Excel was being very chivalrous today. Let all the ladies go first. But the last three will be board members, Telford, Malspina, and me.
I already went.
Yeah. About the
I
money.
already went, but and I appreciate you trying
What?
to get me to win. I said I already went.
You did? All right. It's board member Telford. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very encouraged when I hear you talking about culture and climate, because that is one of the things that I'm very interested in, because I think that is what makes you feel like you have a family, which is what your school environment should be. And I think that is actually the most important thing when we talk about equity. And we just started a data committee, and one of the things I wanted to look beyond was just looking at scores or grades. And it is about that, pulling out that information where we have more engagement with parents, students, and getting their feedback so that we can actually understand, let's start to target, how do we provide an environment that is more, familial, and one that changes the actual culture and climate so that every student feels included. So I don't really have a question, but I guess I feel very encouraged when I hear some of the conversations that are happening now.
Yeah, and to that point, I think I've heard the board talk about having a person at a school for every child, and having that connection so that a child knows, or a student knows, that they can reach out to somebody there. That I think is something that we can all work on, and because that will help, I think, having that welcoming feeling, right? Because there's a lot of people, a lot of students who experience school refusal. And I mean, you probably know, but I hear about it quite a bit, about the anxiety. And, I think that would make a big difference for that.
Thank you. Board member Balamani.
So I'd like to continue the conversation we're having about parental engagement, because I think it's great that you try to reach all the parents of special ed children who are in the district, but I think you should also spend some effort, and not a lot of effort, reaching out to other parents in the school district who are not involved in any way in special education, but have the energy and the commitment to kind of participate. Like, I saw the data that you presented, and it was fascinating. When you do that, and I've never seen that, and I do. So I encourage you to kind of reach out to more parents like me in the district who would like to participate, but have no means of doing that.
Oh, okay. Well, you're welcome. I mean, everyone, I mean, everyone, we had, I mean,
So the reason, no, sorry.
no, that's okay.
As a board member, I know more,
Right.
which I know a lot more now. But as a parent, before I joined the board, I knew nothing.
Right. Well,
So that's what I was
that's
kind
why
of
we're
pointing
here.
out too, is that would be fantastic if you could reach out to more people.
Yes, no, I hear you. And I appreciate that too. And we have had, like last year, for the last couple of years, we had a board member who didn't have a student with a disability, but she was a BCBA, so she brought her expertise. So sometimes we have people involved who are in special education who, want to help but yes, our meetings we welcome everyone. And I think, there is definitely parents that, their students are struggling and they might not be qualifying for special education programming, but maybe an INRS or, some sort of another type of intervention. And they could also, benefit from the support. And then just anybody, wants to participate is welcome. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm a speed talk, so apologies in advance. Again, thank you. I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. When I hear the sort of open door policy, if you will, about CPAC, it strikes me because my first experience with it seemed to be it was very much a safe space, and I felt like I was sort of intruding in that safe space. So I never felt comfortable joining because I'm a firm believer. I know it gets used a lot and it's been sort of downplayed, but there's definitely some value to having safe spaces, and so that's how I just wanted to always be respectful of that. But since you've opened the door, I'm coming because I'm leaving here soon. So my question is, I heard a lot about things that you think the district could do and the board could do better. Is there anything that you think we're doing well now?
So I think you have some really good people with Ms. Bedine and Dr. Gilbert and Dr. Taylor, and I think and Ms. Bodnar. I think all the senior leadership team really wants to do well, and I think that speaks to the board and bring those people on. What else you're doing well? I hadn't thought about that. I had only thought about what my concerns were going to be, not like, well, I mean, I shared with Dr. Taylor and Ms. Bedine and Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Bodnar that a couple of teachers this past week at back to school night had shared an inclusion community slide. I don't know if Dr. Taylor shared that with you all, but it was in an inclusion classroom, and during back to school night, they explained what that was. And so that to me represents like really good things happening in our district, that two teachers took that on. And then I shared it back to say, look, this is great. This should be the best practice. This is the best practice for those classrooms, because parents don't know unless you tell them, unless you explain it. They don't know why there are two teachers in their kid's classroom. They don't know that there are IEPs or, 504s or special education. They're not thinking about it until you have to think about it. And then, but yeah, so.
Thank you very much for your time, Steve.
All right, thank you.
All right. We'll now continue with the rest of the President's report. Happy birthday to board members Wright and Winkfield, who have either celebrated or are actually celebrating today. As you can see this evening, members of the board are wearing swag from our district schools. The one exception, obviously, is Delia Bolden, which is being rebranded. More information will be coming to the board on that tomorrow, as well as other branding efforts. And I look forward, as a Delia Bolden parent, to be purchasing some of that swag later this year. Special thank you to members of President's Council for getting us in touch with some shirts to help make this happen. Transportation. First, I wanted to thank the district for providing support to the transportation department during this unplanned and unfortunate time of transition due to the tragic loss of one of our employees. We're very saddened of that loss, and the district has recommended a replacement that will be voted on later this evening. With the help of the Office of Assemblywoman Myla Jacey, The district requested emergency aid from the Department of Education to fund additional transportation for the 2022-2023 school year. That request was denied, but the district has been encouraged to provide support for this request as part of its annual request for state aid for the 23-24 school year. Further towards funding efforts, the board will be convening a Board of School Estimate meeting 1 week from tonight, October 6th at 5:30 p.m. right here in the district meeting room, as well as on our virtual platform. The Board of School Estimate consists of 3 members of the Maplewood Township Committee, 3 members of the South Orange Board of Trustees, 2 members of the Board of Education, along with Superintendent and Business Administrator. Each of the 3 elected bodies also provides an alternate member. The discussions will be centered around projected transportation and expenses, how they fit within the overall budget projections, and if there's any appetite for additional tax levy to support more transportation for the 2023-2024 school year. Further on transportation, when the district receives requests for hazardous route designations from the parents, our policy will be updated, as we talked about that a little bit later during Board Member Valamani's readout. But the district collaborates with municipal officials when making those determinations because the municipals have the expertise regarding traffic patterns, crime, accidents, street and walkway conditions in certain areas, and along certain routes that will qualify a route as hazardous outlined in Policy 8600. Any routes, not necessarily intersections, that are deemed hazardous are then incorporated into the board policy. The board is working on revising this policy as outlined in our board goals, which were approved last month. And part of the policy revision will include a documented process from the district on the steps involved to initiate and receive information from the municipalities as part of their collaborative review. The board has received emails from the community about the capacity of certain bus routes so far this school year, and we have asked the district through the business office to investigate these concerns. There are other conversations happening surrounding transportation, but I cannot go into much details I would like in this forum due to pending litigation related to this issue. Last night, I attended my first in-person board meeting with the Essex Regional Educational Services Commission, which is a conglomerate, if you will, of 11 county districts throughout Essex County. We are one of those members, and it was finally good to put actual faces to just boxes on a screen. And that concludes my president's report for now. We will now send it over to Student Representative Nomaros for the student rep report.
Great, thank you. And before I begin, I just want to say thank you to CPAC and their entire board who showed up this evening for their just continued advocacy for students with special needs in our school district. So thank you. But as we begin the new school year, it's my pleasure to deliver the first student representative report of the 2022-2023 school year. So I've found as I've kind of gone about my senior year starting out, I've reflected quite a bit on my first time in Columbia back in 2019. And that year didn't have its full length and COVID kind of ran its course towards the end. But this school year truly feels like I'm back in school in 2019. It feels that we're out of this limbo where we're kind of balancing COVID and learning for the last 2 years. And as we all saw, that was no easy task for anybody. But the sense of relief and joy in resuming the 2 years that were in a sense put on pause is something that's been felt by the rest of the student body around the entire district. To be back in the classroom every day without masks or to attend sporting and school events in full capacity are just a taste of what the student body has been longing for over the last 2 years. And I want to say thank you to administration teams at each and every single school around the district, and a thank you to our amazing educators who I see are here tonight, some of them, for just doing such an amazing job of welcoming our students back this year with warm arms after such a long hiatus from real school and real learning. But the beginning of this new school year also brought new security changes to Columbia, which both Vanessa and I were very, very excited to see, especially with advocacy for them last year on the Board of Education. And these have really, at least from what we've seen, talked to students about, it's really made an impact in making our school and learning community feel a lot more safe at Columbia. The execution of the systems, as I talked about with Dr. Taylor, were a little bumpy at the start, but as we went on a little bit and the kinks were worked out, they became a relatively seamless process now. It doesn't substantially impact student scheduling or time in the high school. And I really wanted to highlight the efforts of Principal Frank Sanchez of Columbia High School, whose efforts on this initiative had been really anything but small. The thing is, we have the scanning in, we have the cameras, the new improvements, but the thing is, Mr. Sanchez also truly connects with each and every single student in our student body. It's actually pretty rare to find him in his office with the door closed. It's almost always open unless he's in a meeting. Or if he's not in his office, he'll be out among the students. He'll be in the hallways. He'll be in the cafeteria. He takes pride in really knowing the students that he's leading in the school. And that's been something that's great to see over the last 2 years. But it's actions like this, and they might not be a physical improvement or fiscal spending on our school security, but it's been instrumental in creating a sense of safety and community in Columbia High School. So that's something that Vanessa and I do take notice of, and many other students do. And Vanessa and I also both look forward to seeing a continued trend of increasing in our security around the district. And we're looking forward to working with the individual schools in our district moving forward to make that a reality. But again, with the start of a new school year and a little bit of a reduction in our COVID policies, comes the return of Columbia High School's homecoming, which has been on a hiatus for the last couple of years, as I'm sure you all are aware. But juniors and seniors at Columbia High School are excited to see the return of an event that's really, we haven't had, really ever, I haven't had it at least. But before tickets go on sale tomorrow and the madness begins of students trying to claim their tickets, I just want to say thank you and make you all aware of the efforts of our student council at Columbia High School, who really has done a restless job of trying to make the whole thing happen, along with the administration team over there at the high school. And it's not just the student council. There's been other organizations at the high school and around the district that, as our school years picked up, the activity in those have as well. With organizations, Columbia High School's Model UN team is preparing for the first conference in October, and our sports teams are hard at work too. Our girls field hockey team has a 5-3 record, and our boys soccer team is on a 4-game win streak, and we beat Milburn last week, which is always a great thing to see. But with a hopefully normal school year in sight, students all the way down from our elementary schools all the way up to Columbia are really just ready to tackle the school year with heightened spirits now that we're really, truly back in the building. So if anybody here or in the audience or watching online has any sort of questions or concerns and wants to reach out to Vanessa or I, you can find our email on the district website under the board members page. Thank you.
All right, before I read the board president's statement, I just want to make a note that the board will adjourn. I will make a motion to adjourn to executive session after the hearing of individuals and delegates. School board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is referred to the appropriate board committee. Members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to ensure members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration, and only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Please note that we move on to our first public speaks. Please note public speaks is not a time for dialogue with the Board of Education. It is an opportunity for you to share a comment with the Board of Education. In addition, by law, administrators and Board of Education members are not permitted to publicly discuss personnel matters, student discipline, or other issues requiring confidentiality. While we may not respond to comments, all input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. All right, we'll move on to our first public speaks. Our first public speaks, in-person public speaks, is from Will Meyer. Hold on, I forgot something. You have 3 minutes, and you should not go over the time limit so that members of don't look like I'm giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. There's more to that, but that's basically the gist of it.
Right. Thanks. Good evening. I'm here tonight first to thank CPAC for its efforts to support our community of families requiring special education services and to encourage the board to redouble its oversight of the education of our most at-risk students. I'm a special education attorney in the city, and I've spoken with many special needs parents in our towns. We have excellent special education teachers and staff, and there's many parents who have had really good experiences getting services, but a significant number have not. Around 16% of our students receive special education services on an IEP. Many more receive accommodations on a 504 plan, services to the INRS process, and through other ad hoc services. And there are a number of additional parents who have requested evaluations or services for their children that have been delayed or denied. This data isn't being readily tracked and reported right now, which is part of the problem. In my discussions with families recently, I would say that almost 1 in 2 families have had a story of some sort of their involvement with special services, and often the struggles that they've faced in getting those services. Just a few anecdotal examples as students, for example, who aren't receiving mandated services because of teacher vacancies or because the special education teacher has been pulled to be a substitute for a different class. High school students who are told they can't take an AP or an honors class because the supports in their IEP couldn't be provided there. Parents who see clear signs of struggle in their child but are told they don't qualify for an evaluation to actually quantify the child's functioning with standardized measurements. Students with attention and impulsivity issues who are penalized for those diagnosed struggles and are pushed toward a self-contained class or out-of-district placement, especially Black and Hispanic boys. Many parents of means eventually hire attorneys to enforce their right to special services, and that ends up costing the district in legal fees. And parents without those means have to continue struggling alone. The board has made some helpful improvements, for example, to INRS policy 2417, but there's a lot more work that is required. We need to get better at systematically collecting data on our compliance with IEPs, looking at rates of parents requesting and being denied services, and studying what factors are leading to the lawsuits and unilateral out-of-district placements, some of which we're funding on the agenda tonight. Then we can use that data to get to the critical work of strengthening our special services and delivering the education our kids are entitled to. I'm hopeful the creation of the special services and data committees can facilitate moving this important work forward. This is an equity and inclusion issue. We need to do better for these kids, and I encourage the board and administration to give special services the attention that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next in-person public speaks is from Ben Smith.
Hi there, good evening. I'm talking about your favorite topic, transportation issues. We're one of the families that got hit this year, had our bus transport to Marshall taken away, totally unexpectedly. In fact, we didn't hear any notification of this until 1 week before school started, which was a huge shock to us. It was also surprising because we had heard that there was this move to restrict it to the bare legal minimum of 2 miles distance. But by every reasonable measure that we could use to measure the distance to school, it showed it as 2 miles. So I was surprised when we finally got a map sent from the district, which showed us 1.99 miles away, so 50 feet off the distance. And in fact, now we're in a situation where our neighbors 3 houses up the street take their kid down past our house to the bus stop, and the bus stops outside the front of our house while we're getting in our car every day, spending 5 hours a week driving our son back and forth. One of the things I was confused about is the legal definition on the New Jersey State website actually says the distances are measured entrance to entrance, but the map we got sent says it's a curb to curb measurement. So, I mean, it's insane that we even have to worry about this, but given that we're talking about 50 feet being excluded, if you actually measure entrance to entrance, that adds distance more than 50 feet onto the distance that we received. So that was one thing. I'm also surprised that the route that we got sent actually cuts through one of the hazardous routes, which are already called out, specifically the stretch of Ridgewood from 3rd Street to South Orange Ave. I assume that if it's going through a hazardous route, that should be considered in the busing. And the third thing, I would really appreciate an accurate measurement of how many families have been affected by this. I know that earlier in the summer, there was a news article in the Village Green that had a quote that said 90 families were affected, but I find that confusing because there was a report in 2020 on busing in the district, which said that there were over 500 courtesy students being bused. So those don't really agree. So I'd really appreciate some clarity on the impact to the community that decision has had. That's all. I don't need a full 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is from Jeffrey Bennett.
I was originally going to talk about transportation, but I'm going to talk about transfers because of other comments that have been made about transportation. In the last 2 months, the BOE has had to face up to the fact that it places unfair burdens on some families by assigning their kids to distant schools, but forcing them to shoulder the burdens of this transportation entirely by themselves. Transportation is very critical, but what I want to talk tonight is about the absolute prohibition on transfers. The prohibition on transfers is something you never told anybody about when you were passing this policy. You passed this policy, it's a total categorical prohibition on students placed via the III without even the possibility of relief for someone in the most acute hardship, such as an inability to drive or an inflexible work schedule. Older cohorts who are not placed via the III are under such severe limitations that hardship transfers are effectively banned as well. You spell it out clearly in policy saying, quote, hardship does not include childcare needs, transportation, or work hours. Well, if not those, then what does count as a hardship? This is completely anomalous. Other districts with integration plans like Montclair, Cambridge, and Berkeley allow transfers. Berkeley actually has 2 different kinds of transfers: waitlist transfers, which would preserve demographic balance at the incoming school, and then extraordinary circumstances transfers for anyone in acute hardship. The mentality of the superintendent and the BOE is completely misguided. Quote Taylor, we cannot even offer a single exception because that would be inequitable and against the policy of the board and also against the spirit of intentional integration. But what is equitable about a placement policy that doesn't purport to assess what parental need and capacity are and layers on top of unavoidably unequal transportation ability, placements of unequal logistical ability? What you call an exception, I would call an accommodation. If you think equity means denying everyone, then it's equivalent to the policy in its majestic equality forbids the close and distant, drivers and carless, remote and in-person workers alike from transferring their kids or getting a bus pass. For all I disagree with from this BOE, something I do agree with is Joshua's quip. Hardship is arbitrary. Of course, I detest the indifference to people who are struggling, but I agree that arbitrary is exactly the right word because our system gives kids random numbers, and then those random numbers determine placement. Hardship itself is very real, but what families are in worse hardship or worse stress is arbitrary because of how the algorithm works. Finally, the process I'm describing here was the Board of Ed acting at its most opaque. When this was approved in the spring of 2021, all Susan Bergen said was that internal transfer of students was being revised. How would anyone know what being revised meant? In the second place, it wasn't being revised, it was being eliminated. The conflation of revision when the reality is elimination was an untruth, and the BOE owes the public an apology and a change in policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. That concludes our in-person public speaks. We will now transition to online public speaks. And our first public speaks is from Farah Kadestin, and I apologize if I got the last name incorrect.
That community member isn't on.
That concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, you care to respond?
Thank you. I'd like to start by also thanking our CPAC partners for coming out. And one of the things that we met about when I first arrived was us having a more open line of communication. So for those who don't know, I meet with CPAC quarterly and we talk about whatever they want to talk about, and they participate in the President's Council meetings that we hold monthly. And so it's always great to see you and to see your advocacy. One of the things that we contemplated and implemented regarding CPAC in my first year, we redesigned our org chart and we elevated the director of special services to assistant superintendent to give that person elevated powers in our school district and to also continue to attract very appealing candidates if that vacancy was ever open. And I think we've heard reflections about the service so far. So I wanted to just share that and say thank you again to Mr. Meyer. Thank you for your comments. I believe our Special Education Committee, Freudian slip there, had many conversations that reflected things that you shared as concerns and that our CPAC group also shared. And I think that I had that Freudian slip because we don't want to suspend students who are special needs, and we keep that lens very clear for the very few suspensions that we receive permission requests for, to keep that top of mind. The other two comments that were made are linked to ongoing litigation, so I cannot comment on them. Those who don't normally attend these meetings, I try to give responses where possible to our public speaks. So thank you for coming out this evening.
Thank you. As I mentioned now, let's go back way up here. Okay. Whereas the Senator Byron M. Bayer Open Public Meetings Act requires all meetings of the South Orange Maple Board of Education be held in public and sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by statute to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed in executive session today, Thursday, September 29th. Whereas the exceptions to open public meeting whereas the exceptions to open the public meeting set forth are listed below, I may now make a motion to adjourn to closed session to discuss matters related to litigation and security. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, the pace is unanimous. We're now adjourning to closed session. We estimate being back in 20 minutes.
I'm assuming that I will not be in this closed session?
You should come for the first minute.
Okay, thank you.
And please use the same link. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. She's right. She said I don't have the power. Get to go. She said she whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah. See you.
So make sure that
the Zoom public session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, it is unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We are now at the time for our committee reports. I'm going to start in reverse alphabetical order by committee. So we're going to start with policy and personnel first. So Board Members Bergen and Winkfield, followed by Valamani, and then Siders.
Thank you. The policy, excuse me, the policy committee met on September 20th for about an hour and 45 minutes. Tonight, we are voting on 6 policies. The first is 0155.1, remote participation in board meetings. Council has advised that we have a policy on remote participation in board meetings by board members. The policy committee and then the executive committee reviewed and revised the form policy that council provided. The policy will memorialize and standardize our current practice that permits hybrid participation while ensuring that we comply with OPMA and maintain confidentiality in virtual settings. In addition to the changes to the form that I highlighted last month, since then we revised the first sentence of the second paragraph to remove reference to the reasons for remote participation. This policy will allow us to continue to hold hybrid meetings. 2415.06, unsafe school choice. This mandatory policy addresses the district's requirement to allow students attending a persistently dangerous school to transfer to another school district. Since last month, we selected options from the boilerplate language and deleted optional language for special schools that does not apply to SOMSD. The optional language that was selected is highlighted on page 9 of the red line. 2426, study skills. This policy is being abolished because it's not a Strauss-Esme policy and its content doesn't need to be in a board policy. 2451, adult high school. This is a mandatory policy that would apply if the district chooses to operate an adult high school. 5517, school district issued student identification cards. This policy addresses student identification cards at CHS. 8550, unpaid meal charges, outstanding food service charges. We are revising this policy to be consistent with the resolution we passed a few months ago and the policy we recently revised on care of school property. No student will be denied a meal and there will be no lunch shaming. Since last month, we made some changes to make sure the policy applies to school meals, not just lunch, thanks to a suggestion from Board Member Siders. We have 4 policies for first read. 0167, public participation in board meetings. We were advised that we should enforce our public participation policy, which currently limits the first public speaks to 30 minutes and permits comments only on agenda items during that period. We decided to propose revisions to the policy instead of enforcing the current policy because we don't want the public to have to wait until the second session to be heard on other topics, because that session is usually rather late. The revisions that we're proposing in this policy mirror the board's current practice. The proposal is to give agenda items priority in the first public speaks, but not limit the first one to agenda items only. Currently, the first public speaks is 30 minutes and the second is unlimited but rarely used. The proposal is to extend the first session to 1 hour and to limit the second session to 30 minutes. Either session can be extended by a vote of the board. The proposal also memorializes the current practice of providing either 2 or 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of participants, in order to provide more people an opportunity to speak. We also added the virtual sign-up and virtual participation option for public speakers. Both the policy committee and the executive committee reviewed the current policy and the boilerplate. The Strauss-Esme boilerplate policy only has 1 public speak session, which I believe is what most other school boards follow. We considered having only 1 public speak session, but decided to keep 2 in order to provide maximum public participation. The proposed changes reflect our current practice and would have little actual impact on our meetings. On the other hand, if we were to follow the current policy, we would limit the first session to agenda items in 30 minutes, and everyone else would have to wait until the evening, which we don't want to have to do. The next first read policy is 2415, Every Student Succeeds Act. This is a mandatory policy related to Every Student Succeeds funding that we revised last August. It's being revised again per Strauss-Esme to add references to other related policies on parent and family engagement. 2415.50, Title I School Parent, Guardian, and Family Engagement, another mandatory policy relating to involving families in Title I schools for federal funding. 2425, Virtual or Remote Instruction Program. This mandatory policy on virtual instruction is being amended per Strauss-Esme. It addresses when the district may implement virtual instruction and what is required. The superintendent, with board approval, submits a plan of virtual instruction to the state annually in order for those virtual days to count as school days. The policy also provides, quote, "The school district shall provide students with a disability with the same educational opportunities provided to general education students to the extent appropriate and practicable." It also addresses the district's payment of compensation and benefits in the event of a school closure. Last month, we had a policy 5722, student journalism, for a first read. And we are not putting that for second read today because we want to consider a different form of the policy. So we will look at that in the policy committee and bring it back in the coming months. And that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, thank you. Board Member Wingfield for personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on September 19th for approximately 1 hour. We reviewed item 4342A through N on our agenda tonight, which is a number of appointments, separations, transfers, reassignments, salary adjustments, stipends, job descriptions, and beyond the bell appointments. Many of these numbers are fluid and are being updated on a daily basis. And we are voting on the most current reflection of those numbers and those appointments this evening. Ms. Robinson provided us a status report on all of the current vacancies, at least as they were on the 19th, and many of the recruitment efforts in place. At the time of our meeting, there were 53 vacancies with 15 in a pending status. I know those numbers have changed, and we've discussed that at length. School leadership has shared a number of challenges that they've faced meeting the high demand, in particular for special education teachers. Some of this is being affected by, in general, a mass exit of experienced educators from the profession, a shortage of viable candidates following the pandemic. Many districts are pulling from the same sources for staffing. Some school districts are incentivizing promotional offers and engaging in salary negotiations that amount oftentimes to a sort of competitive back and forth, trying to attract candidates. Candidates, understandably, are shopping for the highest salary. And oftentimes this leads to the acceptance and then rescinding of positions. The committee and I know the entire board in a number of different committees have expressed a lot of concerns about the implications of vacancies around our special services positions. A number of us have asked for ongoing more frequent updates around the hiring. And in general, a lot of questions are coming up from board members around how the district is addressing special service needs of students in the midst of some of these hiring issues, requesting suggestions for how to fill in some of these gaps, understandings about how we can cover until these positions are filled. And so I know these are conversations that are happening not just in the Personnel Committee, but in a number of committees on an ongoing basis. We got an update around the director, the position, excuse me, for the Director of Curriculum Instruction search. We reviewed a revised job description. The committee had a number of revisions, not just during our meeting, but over email across the days following, that in particular included some focus on social emotional learning components. Dr. Taylor shared that the candidate search for this position will be conducted by a hiring firm, HYA, which we've used successfully in the past. Dr. Gilbert provided us with a registration update. The registration department has processed over 1,000 registrations for the start of the 22-23 school year. Some families with incomplete packets were granted provisional enrollments to ensure a seamless transition to the beginning of the school year. Presently, staff members are reviewing all enrollments to ensure that the transactions meet the residency requirements. Let's see. And that concludes the personnel update. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Board Member Malaspina and then Bergen.
Sorry, I couldn't see Board Member Bergen. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead. Actually,
I-
she has a mic on, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand how much is it going to cost for a search firm, and have we done a extensive search for a director before moving towards a search firm?
Yes, thank you for that question. We have noted for the Director of Access and Equity, an extensive search and review was held this summer using our normal protocols, and we were not satisfied with the candidates that were available to bring forward to the board for consideration. With that experience just occurring, we thought it would be best practices for us to move forward more aggressively for both of our director vacancies. We have shared the cost with our business administrator for review, and I don't believe it exceeded his purview to move forward, and did not require board approval. I believe it was about, what, $40,000, Mr. Burnside, total for the two positions and the full search.
So this doesn't need board approval for us to have a hiring firm?
No, what was shared with us in the personnel committee was that it didn't exceed the threshold that required that vote.
Did the committee itself have a discussion about it and make a decision? Was anyone informed? Because I know I wasn't, that we were moving in the way of a hiring firm.
We were
Instead-
informed during the committee meeting, and you were informed vis-à-vis the committee notes that were shared over the weekend and just now.
Any other questions for personnel? Thank you. Move on to FFT and Board Member Valamani.
Thank you. We had a FFT committee meeting on the 21st of September. And obviously the subject that was talked about the most was transportation. And the first question that came up was, is the software that we're using appropriate? And the answer is yes, it is suitable. It's applied consistently up to all local addresses. So VersaTrans is a good software to be using. There is a meeting set up to actually figure out. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We spoke, the next was about hazardous routes and how we should look at the policy. And we agreed that there should be, the process should be clarified a little bit more so that we know when to enter into the process of looking at hazardous routes. We also confirmed with the board council, and as the president spoke there, is that it's a very collaborative effort. The board eventually will obviously accept it and put it as part of the policy, but it includes bringing in the town, and also we clarified with the New Jersey statute that exists, and that is a collaborative effort of the municipalities and the police. The next up is the analysis for the Board of School Estimates. The meeting is going to happen on the 6th of October, and so the analysis will obviously come from the business office to see if and how much would we be asking for if we wanted to provide transportation consistent with the policy. No, I mean, and obviously we're all going to be working towards enhancing, wrapping up the entire transportation policy by we have our own deadline of, like, I think in end of March or something like that. So that's what we're waiting for. We also saw survey results for courtesy busing from Mr. Burnside, which was internal to his decision making. And we had a bunch of questions that came from board members on, and I would recommend you read them all, because there are quite a few questions that we clarified about what's happening in all these things. Like, for example, the busing for ELL students to Clinton and Marshall. I mean, as per policy, we bus all students greater than 1 mile. So so there's some more clarifications in that thing. We also spoke about aftercare with about, YMCA and they've actually gone ahead and hired more individuals based on collaboration with the school district. And also, there aren't too many, so one of the questions that came up was, why aren't there more, I guess, private organizations offering such services? I mean, that's one of the problems, is that there aren't enough coming up. So it would be great if we can, I guess, get some more people participating in the aftercare program. Companies, not parents. Obviously, parents want to participate. And there was also a concern brought up about the YMCA giving priority to their members and that not being equitable. And that's something that will be brought up in the meeting next time. Construction update was actually very good. I mean, this is the same update as what was given in the previous meeting, in the previous FFT committee meeting, and also the previous board meeting. And there are two attachments in the minutes themselves, and people who are interested should go and read that. Is that as of now, we've bid out approximately half the entire budget, and as per the bids, we're actually under budget. So that's a very good sign. And the other piece of information separate, I mean, and this has been clarified with the board president, is that unexpected costs are about 5 million. So there are two different things. I mean, I don't want people to be confusing them and saying that, oh, we have a 5 million budget over the bid process. They're two different things. And both those are in the attachments, and people who are, I guess, numbers oriented can go check that out. And that's pretty much what we have.
Thank you. Any questions? Board Member Malaspina.
Did you discuss plans in place to try to address that $5 million overage? Because remember, we also build into the bids an overage amount of, I think it's around 10%, before we did that. So it's the overage, we already built in 10% over, and then we're projecting that we're going to be at least 5 million over that. So I'm trying to see if we have any plans in place on how we are going to deal with this, or it was discussed in the meeting.
Dr. Taylor, Mr. Price, care to respond?
That's a great question, and we are working with Epic, our construction management team, to keep an eye on this. We're going to wait and see how the other bids come in. They could come in lower, and we could be back below what our estimated and unanticipated costs are.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, turn it over to Board Member Siders, CNI.
Hello. CNI met on September 20th. Board members, in our share drive, there is data on the summer school of 2022. If you have any questions, please, if you can, get them to me by the end of this week. I'll be collating those and sending that off to SLT. We did have some other data questions that came from CNI board members that are under review with SLT. Some of the questions were around, I think it was undercredited overage students, some data points around our failure data that we reviewed last month. So we hope to hear back from SLT about those data points. We had a discussion about school start and end times, in particular that the board members have received emails around the start and end times. I know there's been ongoing conversations about high school starting times being later and elementary and middle school start times being earlier. So that is we just had discussions about it, more to come on that. We also discussed the guidance department and the appearance that there was a lack of availability of guidance counselors over the summer. I know that in the past that was an issue, but this summer that was rectified via making sure that there were guidance counselors available. Even though some guidance counselors were not available during taking the summer off, there was someone who was on call for families to reach out to. We discussed beyond the bell. the process, the registration process, and also the software being used to sign up students. The district will be sitting with Beyond the Bell to discuss the issue. There was also a question about the contract that we have with the Y and whether or not they are required to be able to accommodate a certain number of students, and the district will be looking into that. For special services, the district hired Kristen Mullen as a Columbia High School SPED supervisor. As it has been mentioned, that the district will continue to be working on vacancies, continue to actively post and advertise, looking for special education teachers. It was a note that the district is looking to increase the community building for the special needs students, that even if students are getting pulled out for services, trying to limit how long they are out of the room so they can participate in the community building activities that occur within the classroom. For access and equity, there was a letter that went out to the school community, school leaders. It was the first 2 weeks of school activity letter. Week 1 was fully devoted to community building with all students, and week 2, elementary is dedicated to community building, and half the period was dedicated to community building at the secondary level. And that instructional coaches created and gathered lessons and activities for teachers to use. Under restorative practices, the district is looking to hire TSL Consulting. I believe that is up for approval tonight. It's going to be focusing on level 1 of support and really connecting the district restorative practices with culture and climate. I believe there are 7 sessions over 7 months, and I believe 2 sessions started in August. Yes.
So the TSL Consultants is an ongoing partnership. They are the ones who assisted us with the training for the principals last year as well. And also the previous engagement pre-COVID, where we were bringing them in monthly to work with us during lots of workshops for leaders and for teachers as well.
Thank you. Up for approval are 12 books. I believe they're all English language arts books. We have 1 new course. It is 8th grade drama. There are 7 curricula up for approval. There is a list of field trips, which I thought that list was pretty extensive and dynamic. There were the list was long, but there were some pretty great options in there. So hope our students are excited about that. We also have, 4 professional development up for approval. One is Barrett Gordon, which is literary instruction and student engagement for the middle and high schools. There's TSL Consulting, what I just mentioned. There is Ted Kessler, professional development on diverse text and writing about reading. That's also literary instruction. And then there is Arts Ed. Any questions? Yes.
Hold on. Board Member Malaspina and then Valamani.
Thank you. I actually, it's more of like a discussion. I don't know if we want to bring this up in new business or now, but I'd like to see about the possibility of making the data that we got around summer school public, or at least having more of a discussion with the public about it.
Yeah, that is new business. So let's just talk
Okay,
if there are questions specifically about the report.
I think that was basically my only question right now.
Thank you. Board Member Valamani.
So when you discussed about school start times, I mean, clearly there's a lot of evidence to show that high school starting later is better for the teens. I mean, I understand it's a long-term process. It's not going to happen right now, but was that even discussed when it comes to that?
Went off. we just had a preliminary discussion about it. We didn't go into detail, but we just mentioned that for teenagers, the start time, it seems to be more beneficial if they're later, and that for younger children, start times being earlier. But that was it. Go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. I could just share a little bit more if it's okay. There's been a kind of a growing conversation in the state about this, even at the legislative level. And of course, we know that there's always a give and take when it comes to that type of planning because it impacts everything, the transportation, the spiraling of buses between schools, and also the extracurricular activities, because whoever you are competing with, if they have a significantly different schedule than our school, then it can become a serious impediment that we would have to address. So, but it is definitely a conversation worth having for sure.
All right, thank you. I believe Board Member Siders and Telsberg wanted to read out on their ad hoc committee reports, so let's go through that right now. You can keep the mic.
All right. So the Special Services Ad Hoc Committee met on September 22nd. We started out with an overview of special services, a presentation given by Ms. Badine, very detailed presentation, kind of the precursor to the presentation that she will be giving to CPAC next month. We talked about the purpose of our committee, and we talked about the difference between this committee and CNI. So in terms of the purpose of our committee, we're looking for this committee to be a strategic planning committee, looking at high-level issues, looking at systemic issues. We're going to try to avoid day-to-day issues because we feel like that probably gets covered more in a CNI readout. And we just want to be able to bring attention to important items. And when it comes to comparing our committee to CNI, we're thinking this doesn't replace CNI and the readout that occurs for special services under CNI. But that the CNI special education updates are more related to teaching and learning and versus some more like far-reaching topics that we're going to address in the Special Services Ad Hoc Committee. Some of the future topics that we came up with is taking a look at our INRS, that's Intervention and Referral Services, taking a look at that, taking a look at the numbers, how many students are being serviced, how many students are enter the process and exit the process being classified versus not. We want to look at a breakdown of out-of-district placements, elementary, middle school, high school. What are the demographics? When do we see students exiting our district to go to out-of-district placements? The reasons why are these placements that where the parents have placed the students in these schools, or is it that the district has recommended it? We're looking for a breakdown of services offered at each school compared to the number of students who are classified. We're looking at, we would like to have an analysis of students who withdrew from the district and which were classified, had a 504 or had an INRS plan. Looking to how we can increase connectivity between paraprofessionals and families, and how we can help families of students with disabilities feel more connected to the school community. So it's a heavy lift. Our next meeting will be October 27th.
Any questions? Board Member
Yes.
Malaspina?
Since we didn't get a copy of the readout, I am beforehand. I'm happy to hear that those are some of the items you're looking at. And I think that they, especially from what we heard tonight from CPAC, I would love to see us bring in somehow CPAC or into that committee in some way. They have expressed interest, and I really think that that is something we need to do, especially because there are a lot of concerns related to special ed that we need to address.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, Board Member Tulsa.
All right, we held our first data committee on September 19th. We met for about an hour. This was, I guess, the motivation behind this, I guess, committee was, at least I've noticed that a lot of our discussions often don't go into depth when it comes to data. Often it just comes down to, can we get some demographics or some scores or some, and when it comes to, I guess, trying to develop policies or to understanding if something that we're doing is working, we really need to start digging into the meat of our data. So I guess I approached Dr. Teller to ask him, is this something that you would think would be helpful to us? And he said, yes, this would be great. And, you know, we had a few more discussions about who could be involved with that team, eventually setting an agenda, and then finally we met on September 19th. And the first topic we looked at was managing our data systems, and that was just looking at PowerScale School, looking at our data warehouse, and looking at all the databases that we use. We also discussed as a committee, like the direction of the committee, because we can go everywhere, because there's so much data that you could just analyze. But what we want to pare it down to is make sure that the district goals are going to be our first driver. So if you look at our district goals, one of the main things we look at are, I guess, our student achievement and transportation. And I guess we have a vision of, I guess, in most of our policy or most of our committee meetings, we have a policy section. And it would be nice to have, I guess, a data section. So Aaron just mentioned several areas that they want to look at for special education. And I think that would be a great thing for our group to start analyzing and then having an interaction where we're just having these discussions. I guess the big focus that we want to make sure is that the focus is on analytics, because I guess a big part of understanding data is just understanding how to use it, is whether it's useful, not just what the information is. And just going forward, the first big lift will be with the district. They're going to meet with the SLT to propose reports and areas to monitor in areas that looking at areas of success. And I guess those main areas will probably be transportation and student achievement. And I guess when I look at student achievement, I think that we as a board should also challenge ourselves to not just look at student achievement, which to me puts a lot of responsibility on the students themselves, as if they're not performing high enough, what tutoring can we get them? What mentoring can we get them? What other resources can we provide these students? Sometimes it may not be the students. As the CPAC spoke about students wanting to feel included, sometimes their performance is affected by the culture and climate of the schools. And one of the things I would like to do with this committee is start to look at some of the data that we pull in, particularly things like survey information, and start to actually delve into that information to see, can we look at how we can actually change our culture and climate, change our policies to see what programs are working, and then move forward. So I think we should focus more on our student outcomes than, I guess, specific things like student achievement. And our next meeting will be the second Thursday, October 13th. And that's all. Any questions?
I have a comment. You left out.
Go ahead, Board Member Malaspina.
Thank you. You left out a portion of the meeting where we discussed the data that teachers and instructional coaches are seeing right now, which is that they are not seeing data. They do not have access to the data warehouse right now, and how we have asked the district that they look into ways to make it so that the people who are the ones impacted on a daily basis are the ones that are getting access to that data.
Sorry.
I did not.
Let's let Dr. Teller respond.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we were talking about who has access to the different levels of information in PowerSchool and also in our data warehouse. And does the average teacher have access to a number of reports that go deep into the predictive analysis of trends for student achievement? And most teachers don't have that deep of access into that information, and the committee discussed that. To say that they don't have access to any data, I don't think that that is accurate. And also to note that our academic supervisors, our principals, and our assistant principals, and our teacher leaders, they use data during their PLC meetings and their grade level meetings and those type of engagements. Yes.
Thank
To clarify,
you.
I
to
just
clarify,
want-
I meant to say that it was the
Hold on,
data
let's-
warehouse.
Thank you. Board
Have
Member
access to.
Telford, and then Whitletter and Vadlamani.
I guess I just wanted to add that one reason that I didn't include that was because we did have a discussion about the scope. And when it comes to looking at what teachers and what data they have access to and what they should have access to, I felt that was kind of beyond the scope of what our committee should be focused on. We're focused on a lot of the information that the committees will be discussing with one another in terms of determining what things we should be funding, what policies we should alter or change, as opposed to what the teachers are doing exactly. And I think that idea of what happens with teachers is kind of an offshoot, but that'd be more of a district-specific responsibility and not ours.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter, and then Vadlamani.
So, yeah, I want to echo what Dr. Telesford said, is that I think the committee, I mean, it can go in many directions. I mean, data is everywhere. I mean, we could talk about data for, whether to start schools on time or not. I mean, all of that stuff. I think this committee should focus on data that can be used by the board to make better decisions. I think as long as we limit ourselves to that, I think we'll have better outcomes as opposed to having any data that's available and let's track it down. So that we spoke about this in the meeting, and I kind of agree that we don't need to go down that path.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Sorry, I had forgotten what I wanted to say. So I just wanted to clarify. So mission is developing data systems and helping provide data to other committees so that they can do their work with very detailed data, right? And we're standardizing reporting, because one of the things I remember came up in all of this is that a lot of times board members will say, well, we need this or we need that. And we thought collectively that it's a good idea that every June of every year, the expectation is that this report gets pushed out to the full board, and sort of standardizing the data reports. Is that part of it as well?
We had a rich discussion about that, right? Because I think we all agree that data is everywhere. And one of the things that I think that Dr. Telesford stated is giving ourselves the North Star of district goals, right? So there's data that's wrapped in the design of those district goals. So our first step is reviewing what that data is in district and bringing it back to the committee to say, okay, for the CNI goal, here are the different reports that are available. And so what type of mechanism do we want to create to be able to find success via the trends of analyzing those goals? So that type of thing. And I think that another piece that came out of CNI that our chair just mentioned were that there were a few reports that were requested. And we said, why don't we wait until we have our data committee meeting? Because that might be something that can be discussed at that meeting as well. So we're fleshing that out. I think in our annual agenda, we already have highlighted the reports and when they're due. I think if that work is done, it can always be updated and added to. And I'll just end it there. Chair, anything to add?
No, that sounds about like comprehensive. There are reports that I think that the district is responsible for that will go out to the board, and I think that will continue. I think for us, I think many of those things are just demographic information. And I think for us, we really want to start to analyze, understanding, okay, why do we have certain outcomes, which those reports don't do. And I guess to the point of standardizing data, that is, I guess a separate topic, but that would be something that we would talk about, where we want all those reports that they do give to the board. We want to make sure that everything is standardized in that regard.
Yep.
Thank you. Board Member Wright.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a common question, but how do you fix things if teachers don't have access to the data warehouse? If teachers don't have access, then nothing changes. You know, it's nice that, you know, you want to give us data. We have a problem sometimes with what to do with data, but I know the teachers should be looking at it so that they can fix things. We can't fix things as a board for students, but our teachers can. And that's who should have access to this data. We're board members.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board Member Valamani.
So I completely disagree that the board cannot impact students. I mean, that is, if that was true, then why the heck are we here? I mean, let's just go home. I mean, when we came up with the intentional integration policy, we impacted every student in our district and beyond our district. So let's be clear about the power that we have in the board. And if we make good decisions, it reflects among students. But that is not to say that we walk up to the superintendent and tell him how to run the school district. I mean, that is completely not our job. So the data committee, in my view, is focused on giving data and insights, hopefully, to make better decisions, how we can make better decisions. What teachers do, what superintendents do is what the district should be doing anyway. And they may take inspiration from us. That's great. And we may take inspiration from them, but that is not our job. Just wanted to clarify that.
All right, one more. I think is this a response? I don't want to send a big old back and forth about the mission of the committee, but if you have a comment, go ahead.
And I wouldn't have known this had I not participated in the virtual labor and employment summit, but they were talking about best practices and they did talk about carving out time for teachers to look at data within the schools, not just in the classroom, and to have a cohesive conversation where at the grade level, you're looking at data and sharing best practices and things like that. I don't know if we're doing that, but I do think Ms. Wright, board member Wright, speaking out sort of in the teacher mentality where this should be a best practice that's incorporated in the schools. So that was just my only comment.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll close the discussion on committee minutes, committee report, sorry, and now move to the action portion of the meeting. I'll turn it back to Dr. Taylor.
2, right? 4342G 13. We got 0. Oh, okay, the remote.
Yeah.
And 4351A. 4351A.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, I put before you resolutions 4342 through 4356 with the following being severed. 4342G 13, 4345O, and 4351A. Once again, the resolutions that are severed are 4342G, 4345O, 4351A.
Board Member Malaspina, is there anything else to add?
Yes, I had previously asked for 0155.1 to be severed, and
I just did. That is part 01551 is the board is remote participation policy. That is under resolution 4351A.
sorry, I didn't realize that. It is 016, resolution 0167 also severed.
That's not a
first reading.
resolution, and that's a first read policy.
So we can just discuss that when we get to it.
Or when we get to the second read. It's a first read policy that's been discussed in the policy committee. So, I mean, we're not at the action portion of the meeting, so we're taking action. There was an opportunity to discuss it when you go over to second read, which will be at the October
I'll
20th
discuss it.
meeting. Thank you.
I'll discuss it back in policy.
Or it could have been discussed during the policy committee readout, which was, I don't know how long ago it was. Thanks. Any other resolutions? All right, may I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, we're now in discussion for the above mentioned items. Any discussion?
Just one note for our board president and council. I know we severed 4351A, but on the actual agenda, it says 1. Does it, so?
The attachment says A.
Okay, just so that we're all on the same page.
Board Member Mouseman, is that an old or new hand?
This is a new hand for resolution 0155.1.
We're not discussing that right now. We're in discussing for the above mentioned items, which does not include the ones that are severed.
Okay, I'm very, you way confused me. But,
Okay.
sorry, did you also sever the one, that I asked for to be severed in?
Yes, I
uh,
did.
Thank you.
Any conversation or discussion, questions on the above mentioned items? You get a second? Did. Okay.
Second.
We're good. All right, thank you. Seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on resolutions 4342, right? 4342 through 4356, with the exceptions of 4342G13, 43450, and 4351A, or 1.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Wright,
Board Member Wright, are you there? If you are, you're muted. We can't hear you. All right, skip it.
motion passes.
Thank you. Now make the
I'm
resolution.
sorry, mine was a yes. All of a sudden, all my email popped up on my screen. And I couldn't find it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Bring the others forward. Bring them all together. We'll discuss them.
Sounds good, thank you. Now for the three severed items, I put before the board 4342G13, 43450, 4351A, also known as 1.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, we're now in discussion for the above mentioned items. We will start numerically 4342G13. Any comments or questions on that? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to 43450. Any comments or discussions on that?
This is the one that I am not,
Yes, but we're not at the voting part yet. I'll let you know when we get to that one. When we get to
Okay.
voting, I will make it clear.
I mean, I can't discuss it, so it should be like mentioned that I can't discuss nor vote on it.
Right. Yeah, so any discussion or votes on 43450, Board Member Mousemeat will recuse them as matter related to litigation, paragraph 3. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to 4351A. Any comments or discussions on that? Board Member Whitletter.
I just wanted to reiterate what I said last board meeting, that being able to have the virtual option has improved our attendance. We're currently still in a state of emergency, and more than anything, I think we're doing ourselves harm by restricting our capacity to convene in a quorum virtually, because outside of, pandemic and other things, there could be things that happen here at a local level that would force us to meet virtually, and to cancel meetings, it just sets us back. So I don't agree with that language.
Thank you. Board Member Malspina.
I also don't agree with this entire policy, except for the fact that we might possibly need something related to saying that we have a virtual option. All of this other stuff is just stuff that we have imposed. Both towns do not have this. They are under the same rules and regulations that we are, but they are not doing this type of thing. I am yet again stating that we are hampering ourselves in our abilities to meet if needed, especially by having to have a quorum that is in person if something happens and that we need an emergency situation. We can't meet unless we can get a quorum in person. There's lots of stuff in here that doesn't need to be in here. Only thing that needs to be in this policy is that we have the ability for members to be virtual. Everything else is not stuff that needs to be in this policy, nor should we have.
Thank you. Board Member Valamani, and then Board Member Telesford.
Initially, I
Mike.
Loud enough anyway. Initially, I kind of was sympathetic to the idea that the board member Whitler has brought up, and as has Malaspina, that it hampers our way of getting in touch. But then, if you look at the highest level statute, the New Jersey statute, there's enough provisions in there that take care of all these edge cases, as you will. We're saying that what happens if there are only 3 people around? What happens if there is not enough quorum and all that? So there's enough in there that we can fall back on, that we don't need to have every small little edge case done in our policy. That's what I wanted to point out.
Thank you. Board Member Telesford.
I know that we've had a lot of discussion on this one small policy, and at the very beginning of this policy, the discussion it was, why are we wasting so much time on this? We're wasting so much time on this because we keep discussing it. We don't have a policy. We have one now. I think it's very extensive. It has the ability to say, hey, look, I need to meet virtually. If you have an emergency, just email the board president, the superintendent, and the board secretary. It seems very straightforward. So I think, there really is no more reason to keep having this discussion. We're now just extending this discussion. Let's just finish it.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, as I said last month, without this policy, we don't have the ability to meet virtually. As I spoke a couple hours ago at the Essex Regional Education Services Commission, we met in person for the first time, and it was a quorum, and that was it. There was no allowance for virtual participation by board members at all. So, while some may say this is regressive, it's actually very progressive, because we're giving our board members an opportunity to participate virtually when emergent circumstances happen without any sort of questioning or anything. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that the idea that it's not a Strauss estimate is because there is no perception. The idea is basically like, you're supposed to be here. So that's why there is no Strauss estimate policy. We are going above and beyond that by giving all of our board members, not just current, but future ones as well, the opportunity to participate virtually, because we all recognize that one of the things that has come out from the pandemic is the opportunity that you can be effective virtually. And we want to make sure we preserve that while maintaining the ability to meet in quorum, because things happen. If we have to adjourn to exec and come back, people don't have to come back if we have a quorum in person. We can just close the meeting out and go home. So that's just that's one very functional thing about having the quorum in person, is that the meeting can open and close without virtual or hybrid or late colleagues being here. So I just wanted to say that. Board Member Wright.
Well, I just want to say this. I will not be coming back in person, and for specific reasons. And I think everybody who's sitting on this board knows that. And I will certainly explain to my constituents to make them aware why I am not attending in person at these board meetings, just like when I informed my constituents in 2018 that the board president withheld information from me, Madhu Pai and Tony Mazzocchi, and just as I informed my
Point of order,
constituents.
that's not
why I
relevant to today's
abstained
discussion
from
about in-person
voting
board meetings. Thank you.
for Dr. Taylor, and I'm gonna tell you this.
And
I
Board
am
Member
not
Wright,
coming
please stick to the
this meeting.
topic of
Please,
board member
please,
meetings in
this is the
person.
topic. This is the topic. I'm explaining why I am not coming in person.
But if it happened in
anymore
2018, literally no one was
to
here.
board
So let's
meetings.
stay on
No,
task, please.
No. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. You don't
I'm allowed to interrupt you
anyone
when you're making
except
delirious
me.
accusations
I
and
am making
motions
a point.
that hampered the board's ability to
I am
operate
making a
effectively.
point.
So I'm
And this
asking
is one
you
of the
to keep
reasons
your
I will
comments
not be coming
to the
in.
policy
Notice this,
about
people.
meeting in person.
Although you and others would just like to ignore the incident where you verbally accosted Ms. Malaspina and intentionally.
Board Member Wright, point of order. You are now Board Member Wright,
The
you're
bottom
accusing,
line is,
Board Member
it
Wright,
was-
point of order, Board Member Wright, accusing board members of impropriety in a public
I am
setting
not
is not
accusing
appropriate for
you of
board members.
anything.
You
We
said
can watch
accosted.
it
There's no
if we
positive
want.
connotation to the
can-
word
we can-
accosted.
we
So
can-
it is an
of
accusation.
course.
Board Member Wright, point of order.
Listen, we can
Point
watch
of
it.
order, Board Member Wright.
This is exactly why we do not feel safe coming back.
Point of order.
Point of order, point of order,
I have your point of order.
If the point of
I
order.
thought isn't this my
Policy
opportunity to speak?
0164 very clearly
Is this
states
not
that
my
board members
opportunity to
are
speak?
responsible for helping the board president organize and run a meeting effectively. When you accuse that same person of being delirious, accusing of actions.
You know what, we can
and
watch it.
don't-
We can
again,
ramp
point
up the
of
video
order,
and
board
let
member
people
Wright.
decide for
The
themselves
presiding
what
officer has
happened.
taken the floor of the meeting. If you're not going to respect the authority of the board president, then I don't know how we're going to have effective meetings. Because
Well,
you're
the
going
board
and I'm going.
president should have
And if
respect
you're
for
not
other
going to
people who
respect
are
the authority of the board president to operate effective meetings, this institution doesn't stand a chance.
We're sitting up here,
Ms.
we're making
Febris,
policies,
please.
not to
I am
come
now
back
turning the
in
corner over to
person.
Ms. Febris. Thank you.
We're talking about,
Ms. has the
turning-
floor. Thank you,
turning the
Board
meeting-
Member Wright.
I think I had the
recommendation would be
floor. I
that
do
if
believe
Board
I
Member
had the
Wright,
floor.
please,
I
you
do
are
believe I had the
disrupting the order of this meeting by continuing to talk when you do not have the floor.
I think you
My
acknowledged
recommendation
we
would
have
be
enough.
that the board members are asked to leave the meeting if they're unable to comply with the rules of the forum.
And you are?
I am closing
You are doing
discussion.
what?
Mr.
No,
Burnside, please call the roll. We will start with
we're not done with
4342
Not
G13.
done
Thank
with
you.
discussion. This is why we're not coming back to the meeting, because of this
No,
behavior.
it's not. No, it's not. And you know what it is. Don't make me say
My
it.
recommendation is that the microphones are then muted if they're not going to adhere to the rules of the meeting and they are going to disrupt the board's ability to now turn to the business and vote on the items.
Board Member Wright?
We're, just to be clear, because I know there's been a lot of back and forth, we are now
I don't
calling
even
the
know what we're
roll
voting
on
on, if I can
resolution
say that.
4342 G13. Thank you.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're now going to call the roll for 43450.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
I can't vote on this.
Sorry.
You cannot.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wright?
Abstain?
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now call the roll on resolution 4351A, or number 1 as noted in the agenda, but A on the actual resolution.
Board Member Wright?
Board Member Wright? Board Member Wright, you're muted, we can't hear you.
No.
Board Member Whitletter?
No.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you. We now conclude the action portion of the meeting. We'll now move on to our second public speaks. It's an opportunity. Wait a minute.
Nothing's there.
There's nothing here. Is there anything there? All right, that concludes our second public speaks. Now move on to new business. I know there's quite a few pieces of new business that I got in advance, so I'm just going to run through those quickly. Is that all right? I know there's comments about them. I'm just going to run through the topics and then go in an order. Okay, so, yep. That's it? Or no? Those are yeses? Okay, great. All right, so, all right, so the first piece of new business that I have is regarding Board Policy 5124, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the assignment of students. I know board members want to have, or just wanted to bring it up as a new business item. So I don't know if there's any comment. Normally, I would just say with these, we will direct that to the appropriate board committee, which is the policy committee, and that looking at the annual agenda, there are items in December 22 and January 23 tied to the assignment of students and the integration plan with Mr. Alves coming and the experience surveys. Is there anything else?
I just want to make sure that,
5124 is the assignment of students.
so I cannot speak on it.
Oh, sorry. What? Okay, it's 5120 is assignment of students, I think. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Okay, I think it's both. I think they're both, and then, right, and so just for clarification, Board Member Mouse-Smith cannot participate in that discussion, so let's just move that to the, instead of having,
You
whatever
can have the
discussion we have.
I'm here, I just won't participate in it. I'm stating right now, I'm not participating. Have the discussion.
Yeah, I understand. And, in the memo we received in July, stated that new business is not the time for the actual discussion. It's the time to raise the item as an item for new business. So it's being raised now. And, when we talk about policies, the result of that discussion is to direct it to the appropriate board committee, which is the policy committee. 24. Okay. Yep. Board member letter.
No, I just wanted to look into revising this. I know we recently passed it. And there's policy and then there's practice of the policy. I guess my first question is if we as a board think that it's working. I personally, when you look at, it says that we review if a family has hardship needs. And then it says what's not considered a hardship. So my first question and what I would like the policy committee to look at is, well, what does constitute a hardship? And then the second piece is when it comes to transportation, I do think that this is something we should consider as a hardship. We've received enough emails now where we know that there are people who are struggling, and I'm sure there are plenty who are suffering in silence. And just statistically, our lower socioeconomic students, when it comes to III, are traveling the longest distances. So transportation could very well be a hardship, and that's why I just would like this language to be looked at by the policy committee.
All right. Thank you for that. I just want to offer a clarification on that. While it is true numerically that the report showed, at least for the first year, that lower SES students did travel further, there was some mitigating circumstances around that. Number one, the Seth Boyd kindergarten classroom was smaller due to it was impacted by construction. Number two, which is probably really 1B, the Hilton area is the area where most of where has the highest concentration of low SES students. And when you realize that this building closest to them is the one that had the smallest number of kindergarten slots, then that is part of it. Part 1C, I guess, is that from what I recall, most of the students who weren't there ended up either at Marshall or South Mountain, which I believe are both over 2 miles, and so they got transportation. And the other clarifications on the flip side to that is that Marshall and South Mountain are the schools that have the highest number of kindergarten slots, and therefore they also are not in what you would call low SES neighborhoods, and so they have the most number of slots, and the people who live closest there are not going to be low SES most of the time, and so there is obviously going to be a higher correlation that those students do get a better chance of being assigned to school closest to them because there's more of them there and there's more slots open. So I just want to make sure that's there, and then I think data committee can look into that as part of next year. Board member letter.
I was just going to say that I think that's why we should look at this, because those students who were placed, they're going to stay in that elementary school for their entire elementary experience. And so they'll always be traveling that first year. The first cohort will always be traveling on average 1.7 miles. And transportation could be a hardship, right? So I just think that that's something that we should take a look at. And additionally, how are we monitoring just attendance records now with COVID? I mean, I know people still are getting sick, but we will have more stable attendance records, so we can start taking a look at, and quantifying this as a hardship too.
Yeah, we'll take that to appropriate board committee. All right, the second one is student achievement. And I know first, number one, we have a goal on student achievement, and we will be presented with the action plans next month. So we'll be at our October general meeting. It'll be on the agenda there. And then I guess at that point, we all have, obviously, we always get these in advance. We'll do the whole thing, give me your questions, blah, blah, blah. So we'll have an opportunity to provide feedback on the action plans for the district goal around student achievement at our October meeting.
And also work with the data committee.
Okay. Board Member Whitletter.
So I wanted to bring up for new business, and I also wanted to get the feedback that was received from the C&I committee around creating a student achievement and parental engagement. I mean, it doesn't have to be called that, but a committee that is specifically focused on our students and their overall well-being in the district. When you take a look at the fact that we've implemented an intentional integration plan, and when you look on paper, when we look at it from social economic status, it's diversified across all of our schools. Sorry, I was like, you went like that, and then the mic went up. But we don't know how the students are doing in the elementary schools, and if there's enough supports in place in the elementary schools. Dr. Fergus's report showed us that he saw a discrepancy as far as resources around special education, for example, from one elementary school to the next. So I think it's important that we start to drill down on how our elementary students are performing, making sure that across elementary schools that they're equal, that there's equity there. And we have this integration program, but we're not able to see the benefit because we're not quantifying it. So how do we make sure that student achievement is front and center? And I think this is an opportunity as a board for us to be really intentional about this, considering there has been such a learning loss. We saw specifically for CHS what our students are going through. And we heard from CPAC that to only have special services as a 20-minute portion of a C&I meeting isn't enough. And we can prioritize student achievement, so it's part of our conversation on a monthly basis. Because what we've all experienced since I joined is that we've only seen Start Strong data and most recently the CHS data. We have not seen anything around our elementary and our middle school students, and that's really important. So I think I'd like us to have a conversation and for people to be open to the idea of us making sure that this is included in every conversation on a monthly basis, because it deserves its own attention.
Dr. Taylor, you want to respond?
Yeah, I would just share a couple things that we do have on our calendar, our annual agenda, times to share high-level data that comes from the state. It's just coincidentally that COVID's impact included the state canceling all their high-level testing the last couple of years, but that is a part of our normal customary share. So that'll be coming up soon. And I would just tell the board just to consider that right now you have 6 active committees, and that there's just you're going to hit a capacity or bandwidth when it comes to the number of days and preparation and the same folks doing that same prep. I'm not saying that we cannot do it, just to keep it as a consideration, while discussing possible addition of another committee.
Board Member Telesford at Wakefield.
And we did discuss this committee in CNI, and the main question was, did this committee kind of overlap with many of the things the district is already doing? We talk about looking at the data, making sure students are doing well, that's going to be the data committee. We talk about mentorship and tutoring and making sure the kids are doing well. I think we have Board Member Valamani as a liaison with the Achieve Foundation, and they've also expanded their program, which we got in our Friday packet, where they have the Mac Mini, where they're going down to a younger age, where they're expanding tutoring. So I think there are lots of the things within what you would like this community to do are great ideas that I think can go out to the committees that already exist. But I think if we have another committee, like focusing on special education, well, we have a special education committee. So we have a lot of those committees already there. It's just that it would be these, I guess, goals to be spread out among the committees that are already existing.
Thank you.
I also-
Board Member Wakefield.
I also have a lot of hesitancy around creating an additional committee, because I think the more committees we create, the more we have a potential to become siloed and begin to have these parallel conversations, as opposed to trying to thread these and braid these conversations together. I think the questions that you raise are really important, and in particular around the qualitative effectiveness of the integration plan and what is the actual experience that our young people and our families are having across these elementary schools, and where do we need to create more consistency. I think that C&I could be a primary driver of this as part of our agenda, and I think that it would be a great thing for us to dive into. But I also think, especially coming out of COVID, there's a lot of terms being thrown around. Student achievement is not a new term, but like learning loss is one that causes the sort of hair on the back of my neck to stand up a little bit, because I think it's not a normed language. And I think that we probably have really different understandings of what that means. And so even throwing around the CHS data that we've been looking at, the pass-fail data, and the idea of learning loss, those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand, right? A student doesn't necessarily fail a class because there's a deficit of learning or a deficit of skill. There's a whole multitude of reasons that we're trying to get underneath. So I think it would be really beneficial for us as a board to even norm what we mean when we use those terms. And I think CNI could be a primary place for that. And then begin to offshoot sort of places where we want deeper dives into some of the other committees, in particular the data committee and the special services committee.
No, and sorry I didn't use the proper language.
Thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Whitletter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But can I add one thing?
Sure.
Sorry.
And then I'm going to.
This was the most important thing. I just wanted to thank the teachers. I actually had a list of thank yous, and I didn't realize that we were doing this new business in this format. So I just wanted to thank our teachers and our administrators for making back to school so seamless. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to thank our technology department, because you've been on the receiving end of a lot of compliments, but they improve our operational effectiveness day in and day out, and we really appreciate you putting this card system in place. I wanted to thank Ms. Febrez, because she has helped us in terms of our legal documents, making them, you probably think it's nothing, but you actually can open it and understand what you're trying to digest. So thank you for doing that. And I think I had one more thank you on here somewhere, but I don't remember now. So anyway, thank you.
Cool. Board Member Malaspina.
I echo her thank yous. But I wanted to go back for a second to what we were discussing with the committees. I would hope, I'm happy to hear that it seems like CNI is now maybe more open to looking at student achievement, something that has not happened as much in the past since I have been on the committee. It's been more focused on presentations, but I still feel that we can look and find a way, maybe a compromise of maybe making it special ed and student achievement committee, something like that, or data and student achievement committee, finding a way that really at the forefront of what we're thinking about should always be student achievement, be it special needs children, be it regular ed students, being every student. We do not focus enough on here on student achievement. We focus a lot on other stuff, but not nearly enough on student achievement. And I think having a committee or a subcommittee where that is really the goal is something we should be doing.
Thank you. I guess I would just say student achievement is supposed to be at the core of everything we do. So every committee has a role in that. So sure, you could say we want to look more, and I think what we're hearing is that fitting it into existing committees in a structured way is the way forward for now, because the creation of committee number 7 reduces the bandwidth of the administration to the point where it may harm committees 1 through 6, which again are also focused on student achievement. Dr. Taylor?
Yeah, I think that we're at a real sweet spot right now. We have a new assistant soup. We have a new job description for a director of CNI that includes a lot of SEL support and design. And we have, a dynamic new team leaders and new coaches, academic coaches who are focusing in on SEL as well as student achievement. I think that this would be a ripe topic to keep as a standing topic for CNI. The way that we do standing topics in many of our internal meetings that we carry month to month without creating a new committee, we could keep it top of mind, and I think satisfy the urge to make sure that to make the board aware of all the work we're doing, the outcomes, the analysis. I think that we can work together on that without having to create a new committee that might unintentionally take away from some of the others.
Thanks. Anything else on this topic? Board member, tell us Ferdinand Whitletter.
I was just going to say that we have, I guess you could say, 3 committees already that are focused on this topic. Our district goal is going to be student achievement. When we had the presentation from CPAC, they spoke about inclusion of their students with the broader body. And I think one of the things that we talked about, board member Whitletter mentioned, was the looking at surveys and looking at parents' responses. I think that's something that the data committee can definitely look at also, because one thing I think I was thinking of, we can do something like sentiment analysis to see what parents are saying, what students are saying, and get a sense of what the community feels about the different programs. So I think we have the different groups that can devote that bandwidth and attention without including a new committee, because that's just going to dilute what we're doing.
Then I would just really beg the CNI committee. I feel like this committee has been one that sort of treading water for an extended period of time. I don't think it's for lack of trying. I know CNI covers a broad span of things that need to get discussed in a 2.5, 3-hour period, and their meetings are really long. But there has been a backlog of questions that have just gone unaddressed. And I sit in personnel and in FFT, and in those committees, questions from board members are addressed either that month or at least the month after. And so I don't know how the CNI agenda is developed and what the prioritization is, but obviously when we look at what we saw when it came to how our CHS students performed last year, there's room for improvement. So I think student achievement from my time on the board has not been a monthly focus, which is why I thought we should parse it out so we could have that dedicated conversation about our students. So especially elementary, because if we're only focusing on the high school, we're focusing on the end of a student's life cycle in our district rather than focusing on the root and the early childhood education experience, and make sure that we're providing supports immediately when needed so that by the time they get to high school, they are on a better trajectory than what we witnessed with the student achievement data.
All right. We're going in circles right now, folks. So let's just be very concise. Well, I mean, not Whitletter. Good. I did it. Wingfield and then Telesford.
I just want to contest the characterization of CNI treading water. I think in some ways CNI is the most complex, the most massive of all of the committees that folks have to undertake, because it really can be as broad, as wide, and as deep as you want to make it. And I think, serving on the committee as a member under the leadership of Board Member Siders for the last almost 2 years, I've watched her really steer that very, very tricky ship in ways that I think have really helped to advance our collective efforts as a board to be able to focus. The problem is that it cannot be the responsibility of this board to monitor every piece of student achievement data for every corner of the system. I think that that is certainly the superintendent's job. I think that what we have a responsibility to do, and I think that under her leadership, we have done better and better, is to be able to identify those places within our system where the house is on fire, for lack of a better word. And the truth of the matter is, if our Black third grade students were 8 times more likely to not be able to read on grade level, I would say that that's where our attention should be. But the reality is that those demographics, those disparity data outcomes are right now living in our high school. And so that's where our goal lives. That's where a lot of our attention is focused. That's where a lot of the presentations have been aligned. And I would say, in particular, in the last several months, so much of our conversation, so many of the presentations that she has been bringing in to be able to help advance those conversations have been in alignment with where the greatest needs are in the district. And I think if we spend our time trying to eat the watermelon in one bite, we will have absolutely nothing to show for our efforts. And I think we have to be unapologetic and willing to say, this is where the crisis lives right now. And as a committee, we need to turn our attention to being able to really, really focus our efforts and energy, which does not mean that there shouldn't be other attention being focused in that way. But we can't take it all on in one committee, in one board. We have to be willing to stay focused on the thing that is most in crisis right now.
Board Member Siders.
Thank you, Board Member Wingfield. The other thing to keep in mind is, yes, CNI is probably where this district struggles the most, but we didn't just land here yesterday. This is decades of struggle. And like, not longer than that, and like Board Member Wingfield said, CNI touches everything. It touches every single other committee that we have. I get so many questions from people that says, is this CNI or is this finance? Is this CNI, or is this personnel? It's really, really complex. And every month, I consistently send out to this board what is going to be on the agenda for the upcoming CNI meeting. I send that out on Thursdays. Our meetings are Tuesdays. Yet I hear nothing from anyone about whether or not we're going in the right focus, whether I'm missing something. I don't get that feedback. CNI has policies every month. Sometimes CNI policies are the only policies we're reviewing. I don't get feedback on policies. And so to sit here and criticize the committee, it's not my committee, it's our committee. We all have a part in this. We all need to have a say. And if you think that 4 people are going to fix a committee and an issue as complex as CNI, you're sadly mistaken. Yes, you have asked questions of CNI, to me in particular, that we haven't gotten you your answer. We haven't discussed it yet. I'll take responsibility for that. I apologize for that. We do discuss it, but I know I haven't completed that loop in terms of giving you the updates on where that subject is. But it hasn't gone into, it may feel like it's gone into the vast unknown, but it hasn't. We do talk about it. In particular, this issue is our dyslexic screening process, our dyslexia screening process. That's something that we want to bring to a public CNI meeting. I don't think my readout will do that justice. I think we need to hear from the experts in the district about how we do that process. So, I understand where you're coming from, but I think you need to also understand CNI and what it all encompasses.
Let's just refrain from criticizing each other in a public meeting. I know it's not necessarily done with any sort of malice or any sort of ill intent, but we are in a public meeting. We are the Board of Education. No matter how many times people want to be insiders or outsiders or bystanders or upstanders or hands on feet standers, or I want to go home with almost midnight standards, but I just want us to all be mindful and reflect that we are the board. We are the board, right? I thought that, putting these shirts on would be remembering that we, student achievement, we're all about our students. And we kind of divulged again into I don't like what X is doing. I don't like what Y is doing. So let's just try to end this on a happy note. I can't sing, so I won't, but let's just, actually there's a couple more comments. Let's just, talk about what the question at hand is, which is the idea of a student achievement committee. And let's just focus purely on that. Are there any other comments on the idea of a student achievement committee? Board Member Bergen and then Whitletter.
Thank you. I think one of the motivations for this committee is I've seen this narrative on social media that we're not doing anything for our elementary schools in terms of achievement. And I just wanted to point out a few big things that we are doing in our elementary schools for student achievement. The first is the recent expansion of the preschool program in the last few years, which has the potential to have a huge impact over time on student achievement in the elementary schools. The second is the reworking of the INRS policy to standardize the policy across elementary schools that we undertook in the last year. And the third is the intentional integration program, which has as, at its core, the goal of improving student achievement at all of our elementary schools. And those are all things that will take time to show, for us to understand the benefits of them and how we can change them to, enhance them even more. And I feel like the data committee is, poised to sort of monitor that over time and help us improve those programs to get the most that we can out of them.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Board Member Wright, who hasn't had an opportunity, and I'll come back to you, Board Member Whitletter. Board Member Wright.
Okay, and thank you for your words, President Joshua, but let me say that I'm still concerned about the overaged and undercredited student and where they're going or not going in terms of getting the advice and counseling and things that they need in order to matriculate and become viable citizens when they leave us and not have them leave us without a diploma in hand. And it seems that they just keep falling through gaps that are turning into, I don't know, but we have to do something for our undercredited students who are overaged. For example, for people who don't understand that, it means that somebody could be 17 years old with freshman credits or 16 years old with sophomore credit. Not enough to go on, and these kids are being lost. We had programs for them in the past. We don't have those programs now, but we need to do something to help our students who are in that situation. And in terms of the possibility of more committees, it's just stretching everyone, but you want to do what you can in order to help the kids. And I think we have to look to the superintendent for that and our staff.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
I'm just going to say that none of us sitting here today can say that the third grader you described isn't doing well in school or is doing well. Like, none of us sitting here today have seen any data from last year about how our elementary and our middle school students are performing. And I apologize if anyone took that personally about CNI. I shouldn't have used the words treading water. I just don't see focus on student achievement as a priority. And I get that this is a very complex committee that covers a lot, and you guys meet for 2.5 to 3 hours every time. So thank you for your service. But this is an opportunity for us to make it a priority every month and to give it the time it deserves, where we're actually seeing the numbers. And it's not just how students are doing academically. It's what are the enrichment programs at all of the schools? Are those equal? What's the attendance like? How are instructional coaches, like how are we measuring their impact? Because we hire these consultants to come and tell us, here's your focus. It starts in elementary school. If we think about the achievement gap, like that's where he told us to be laser focused. And we've, for a year, arguably have no indication of whether our elementary students are doing well. And so that's the genesis and the reasoning behind why I think this is so important, that we could parse this out and have a dedicated conversation about it on a monthly basis. And obviously this would impact all of our committees, but it puts us on the forefront. And this is something as a board that we can be really intentional about and say, we want to make sure that all of our students' needs are being met as they arise. And right now, none of us here can say that that's happening because we've seen no evidence of it.
Board Member Telesworth.
I just want to say that we're not going to solve the achievement gap through committee. The achievement gap, as which I hate that term, is something that's been hundreds of years in the making. It's a systemic issue. It involves housing, it involves job discrimination, it involves discrimination in education. It is something that we're not just going to laser in and use gamification to decrease it. So what we're doing in all these committees is trying to improve student outcomes. And an extra committee is not going to solve what are some of the biggest systemic issues that were at the inception of this country. And so I don't see how an extra committee is going to just say, oh, we're going to be able to figure this out. We're not going to be able to figure this out. Unfortunately, it is a much, much larger and broader issue. And all we can do is just try to do a little better, just try to get to a next level, higher level. But this idea that we can solve it with just this another committee just seems too like pie in the sky.
All right. Any other comments on the idea of a new committee? All right, seeing none. Board Member Malaspina did bring up summer school data, so I'll bring it up here. I know again that we are in, I think next month we're having, I guess this looks like scheduled for 2 presentations. One is the, I'm looking at the annual agenda action plans. And then the other one is, well, it's the SSDS, so that's not really related to this. So, and I guess the question is about the data, and I don't think, I'm pretty sure, and I haven't seen it. I didn't see it in the last report. So why don't we just start with a commitment to sharing it in a upcoming weekly packet with the full board.
Can I explain what I was trying to go for?
Yes, I just wanted to set the table for that first, and I'm just getting ready to ask if there are any questions. So go ahead, Board Member Malaspina.
So I'm going for not only making sure everybody has seen it and shared it, but more that the public gets an understanding of what's going on with summer school. Because what we're seeing, the data is showing, is that we have almost 2 summer schools. One that is for students who are achieving and doing well, and one that is for students who need a lot of extra help. And there are 2 different colors of students in those schools. And that is very concerning to me. And I think we need to have a bigger conversation on how we are going to support kids so that we don't continue to see this pattern that has continued year after year after year happening. And so I'm bringing this up now so that we can start to, in whatever committees need to happen, start to have these conversations, because every year we see the same data and it is very concerning to me.
Thank you. As a reminder, we have a goal on student achievement, which will cover some of the stuff and part of the action plans that will be presented to the board in October will cover the student achievement goals. So that's why I'm suggesting two things. One, the full board see the summer school data, and then number two, we look at the action plans that address some of the disparities that are, I presume, are in the summer school data report that are linked to our district goals on student achievement and CNI.
Yes, I would like that to happen. So that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Thank you. Any other new business this evening?
I do have one more new business item. It was
Go
brought to
ahead,
our,
Board Member Malaspina.
sorry, it was brought to our attention that we are seeming to be having trouble with busing around athletics. I'd like to get an update on that and what's being done to help to solve that situation, because it's seeming that maybe teams, I'm hearing now that we've had to forfeit games and kids aren't being able to compete in the athletics because of the busing situation.
Thank you. Dr. Tyler, can I respond, or is that for the appropriate board committee?
Yeah, I believe I responded via email to a parent who brought that concern, and I think it's appropriate for FFT to receive an update on that during their next meeting.
Any other new business this evening? All right, I actually have one.
Ms. Wright has her
Before I
hand.
make the motion. Board Member Wright.
Thank you. Yes, I did hear from a couple of athletes about the horrible situation of our buses not showing up to take them to competitions, which as a coach has to be just heart-wrenching. So yeah, let's see what we can do about that. And the other thing is I'm concerned that parents may be trying to put children in their cars and take them to those events, which could be place them in an untenable situation in terms of law and legalities and litigation if something were to happen. So you certainly don't want that to happen. And I want to just issue out a warning or a cautionary tale to parents who will do that without a letter of permission from parents that may be available. The other thing is parents not being able to get to games and things like that. It's tough, but we need to do better for our student athletes. Columbia High School is known for their athletics and their strong soccer programs and fencing and so forth and so on. So our children certainly deserve to go to a game in the right frame of mind and not sitting there having second and third thoughts and things about anything except that game. But transportation is something they shouldn't be concerned about. Thank you, Ms. Malaspina, for bringing that up. It certainly got by me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one quick one for me is, before I go to this closing, is, we've been having robust discussion in closed session. I was going to bring up the idea of starting maybe at 6:15 versus 6 o'clock. 6:15 versus 6:30. We would still open the public and then blah, 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 but that gives us 15 extra minutes to have discussion without having to either go back in the middle of the meeting or go back at the end of the meeting. Are folks all right with that? Board Member Valimani?
I don't think it's necessary. I think it's
Do.
just running a tighter meeting is probably worth it. If you give us 5 hours, we'll fill up 5 hours. That's not the problem here. There's enough observations, whatever, but opinions in the room that we can fill up any amount of time. I think we should stick with the time we have and time box it based on importance. Because if you're not going to for example, like today, we did kind of prioritize voting items over non-voting items. We should be a little bit more brutal and say that this is voting, this is far more important, this deserves 20% more than the other one.
I agree with that, and I'm generally very happy to punt stuff to the next meeting. It's just that I think, particularly with this meeting, because we haven't met in 5 weeks, that it felt that we had a lot to cover. And so maybe it's worth it. And I think we're meeting, if I'm not mistaken, in 3 or 4 weeks, 3 weeks, the 20th, because of NJSBA. So may not be as much to cover. Maybe we give it one more chance before we go back. before we consider moving? Because I know this is really only our second time with this format of public, private, public. So I just wanted to bring that up before I made any sort of motion to edit the closing meeting.
I mean, since we talk so much about data, all we need to do is keep track of amount of time you spend on each topic and weight by how important it is, and use our own data on ourselves. And we'll come up with the idea that, oh, even the meeting at 6:30 is too early. Let's meet at 7. Right?
Yeah, right. Sorry, I don't know if that was the appropriate response, but I get your point. I think thinking it through, let's give it one more shot before we decide to move it, and keep both things in mind. We'll have probably less to cover because it's 3 weeks versus 5. It's not the beginning of school anymore, and we also want to get out of here at a decent hour. So with that, close new business and what? Remember? Oh, okay. I didn't think that was. I thought that was an old hand. Was that an old hand?
It was about, I do think we need to move to earlier time because there's a lot of stuff we do not get to in executive session. So,
I
even
think we.
when you prioritize, there are things that should be discussed that have not been. And it happens every meeting.
Thank you for that.
I
Board
mean,
Member Valamani.
that does not make sense. What Board Member Malisville just said. If we don't discuss what is coming up for vote, how can we vote on it? So obviously that statement is
There are
not correct.
times.
The statement is not correct because we talked about everything that happened that was coming up to vote. Yes, maybe not everyone had a chance to speak for 45 minutes, but we talked about everything. So let's not characterize this as, oh my God, we're doing this without talking, we are voting without talking about it. I mean, I don't want that impression to be there. We talked about it. Yes, we may disagree on how much we want to talk about it.
Thank you. I just want to note that we did get to everything that was on this evening's closed session agenda. It took 2 meetings, it took 2 sessions to do it, which was sort of the impetus for having the conversation of moving it earlier. Again, I don't know if we'll have as much because it'll be 3 weeks versus 5. So let's give it one more shot. And then if we can't get it done, and we consider an earlier start time. Board Member Whitletter.
Just maybe agenda dependent. If there's a meeting like today and we know that the agenda is going to be really long, then we just for that meeting do a 6:15 start time or something.
Yeah, we used to do that in the past when we started in private and came to public. So I just think, the change is, we start in public, so we're here and then we got to go. So I just want to, and then there's a sort of estimate time, right? So that's why I think we should we have to be a little tighter, as Board Member Van Nuys said, a little more careful, but then also just understanding we're adapting to a new process as well. And we need to be mindful of that so that we don't keep anyone who's waiting to participate waiting longer than necessary. Okay. I'd like to make the following motion. Board of Education will meet in public session Thursday, October 20th at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, Academy Street, Maplewood. Immediately following the open of public session, the board moves to a closed session in the superintendent's office, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, which will be announced at a later date. Immediately following closed session, the Board of Ed will meet in public session, which is estimated to be 7:30 p.m. here at the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform, which will include hearings of individuals and delegates. The committee can view the meeting by following steps that will be listed on the agenda. Action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside, and I'd like to make a motion to close this meeting Thursday, September 29th at 11:37 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, and that second was by Board Member Siders. This meeting is now adjourned. See you all in October. Happy birthday, Board Member Wingfield, and have a great night, everyone.